음. 아, 잘 들리려나요? 네, 여러분 반갑습니다. 2023 오토박스 슈퍼 GT 제 4전 후지 450km 레이스 결승전 진행을 한국어 비공식 오디오 코멘터리로 인사드리도록 하겠습니다. 신텍스 인사드리고요. 일단은 지금 뭐라고 될까나요? 일단은 연습과 예선이 끝나고, 일단은 상위진에는 조금 변동이 있습니다. 그러니까 GT300 같은 경우는 이제 GT300이 예선 3위를 기록해서 APR LC500이, 지정되지 않은 연료를 사용해버리는 바람에, 그러니까, 규정상 제가 알기로는 현장에서 그거를 현장에서 연료를 구매를 해야 한다는 규정이 생겼어요. 요번에 카본 뉴트럴 퓨얼에 관련해가지고 세팅이 다른 값을 쓰기 때문에 제가 알기로는 그걸로 인해서 그걸 사용하지 않았거든요. 않았다고 하더라고요. 지난 스즈까지 썼던 거를 썼다고 해가지고 그 규정을 인해서 예산 실격이 되고 취업이 쌌다는 거 제외하고는 큰 변함이 없습니다. 하츠레미쿠가 무려 5년 반 만에 폴포지션을 스타트하고요. 다이내구치 노부테리 선수 같은 경우는 무려 6년 만에 폴포지션을 획득하는 기록을 가지게 됩니다. 일단은 개인의 폴포지션 같은 경우는 이제 Q2에서 폴포지션 기록을 기록한 선수에게만 들어가기 때문에 양측 모두 들어가는 게 아니에요. 그러니까 마지막 폴포지션 때는 이제 타니구 선수가 아니라 카타오카 선수가 딴 거죠. 그리고 GT500 같은 경우는 리얼라이트가 폴포지션 땄습니다. 지난 이제 폴포지션을 한 거는 폴포지션의 기록은 솔직히 말하자면 리얼라이트 이 리얼라이즈가 폴포지 땄었는데, 지난 스즈카에서는 리얼 폴포지 땄었는데, 예선 실격이 되는 바람에, 차감에서 실격을 당하는 바람에 예선 실격을 당했었거든요. 그래서 오랜만에 제대로 된 정식적인 폴포지션이 되었습니다. 다행히도. 근데 지금 비가 오기 때문에, 비가 조금 오기 시작하고 있다는 썰이 있거든요, 지금. 그리고 오늘부터는, 제가 영어 중계를 틀 예정입니다, 제가. 왜냐면, 일본어 중계를 그러니까 그러니까 지금 VPN이기 때문에 한번 끊겨요. 그렇기 때문에 큰 문제가 있을 수도 있을 것 같아가지고, 영어로 바꿉니다.
Konnichiwa! Welcome to the Autobax Super GT series here at Fuji. It's a very different day compared to what we saw 24 hours ago for qualifying. It was sunny and dry. Today it is murky and wet. It'll be a very interesting battle as the GT500 and GT300 cars go to battle here in the 6th round of the Autobax GT Championship, the fourth round, sorry, of the Autobax GT Championship. It's round 4, 450 kilometers of race action. It'll be a long one today and a very intriguing battle. When Fuji gets wet, it gets even more challenging. And these guys are definitely going to find that out the hard way. I'm Jake Sanson. Beside me, Jamie Klein.
제이비 클라인이 합류했네요. 영어 국내 중계에서는.
Certainly is. Of course, we had a wet race to kick off the season at Okayama. It was this car right here, the number 23 Nissan, that took the spoils on that occasion. There's Sugo Matsuda will be taking the first stint. Good to see him back to fighting fitness after his horrifying crash at Suzuka. But you have to look at the Michelin shod Nissans as the favourites in the conditions. They won last year at Sugo. With a 1-2 finish, so a 1-2 also in Okayama.
자, 어쨌든 간에 오늘 어떠한 경기가 될지가 좀 기대가 되고 있습니다. 콘도, 닛산, 콘도의 Z가 폴포지션 오랜만에 폴2위를 기록할지. 15분 남아있거든요.
It looks like even though it's not raining at the moment, that we have a wet track, and yeah, look at that. I mean, I don't think there's any way you could start this race on slicks, and there is the threat of more rain to come during the race as well. So it's going to be a real challenge for these drivers, and I think we're going to see a lot of cars shuffling up and down the order as the race unfolds.
So coming into the race from yesterday, it was the Good Smart Mercedes team that put the car into pole position in the GT300 category. In the GT500 category, it was Kondo Racing that put their car into pole position, courtesy of Kohei Hirate and Daiki Sasaki. So it'll be definitely an interesting and intriguing technical challenge. You managed to catch up yesterday, Jamie, with Bertrand Baguette, who was absolutely livid about ending up only 14th, feeling that he was balked during his fastest qualifying runs. In conditions like this, there's an opportunity for them to salvage something.
Yeah, in fact, Bertrand mentioned himself, if it rains tomorrow, it could be a good thing for us.
아, 지금 이제 비가 올지 말지 지금 이야기가 나오고 있기 때문에 선수들이랑 팀들이 전혀 고민을 할 거예요. 일단은 웬만하면 슬릭으로 갈 것 같은데.
Also, the 39 Toyota took a change of engine after Yuki's problem in practice. So, I guess getting to that stage.
지켜봐야 되겠지. 지켜봐야 되겠죠. 일단은 저 직격상으로는 덴소가 요번에 엔진을 바꿨어요. 두 번째 엔진을 바꿨는데 일단은 페널티를 안 봤어요. 두 번째 엔진이기 때문에. 네, 하루 1년에 2번 쓸 수 있거든요. 두 개밖에 못 쓰거든요. 잠시만요. 핫스레미크 AMG 구스마일이 왜 타이어? 일단 비가 더 올 거 예상을 했던 거겠죠? 네.
So with the teams obviously preparing for a very different day at the office, a quick word about these guys in GT300. Subaru have bounced back in fantastic style after a frustrating first 3 races of the season.
스바루가 영 성적이 좋지 못했었거든요. 최근 레이스에는. 근데 돌아오긴 했었습니다만 어떻게 될지 한번 지켜봐야 되겠죠.
For this race, so this could be the first race of the year where the Subaru really gets to show us what they have properly created in 2023. It's time to get underway for the 4th race of the Autobax Super GT Series 2023.
자, 2023 오토박스 슈퍼 GT 라운드 4 fuji GT 450km 레이스 결승입니다. 자, 시즈오카는 좀 비가 조금씩 오고 있는 듯한 느낌이 보여지고 있는데요. 오늘 조금 1위 하나 있죠? 레온이 한 명이 못 나옵니다. 시노하라 선수가 컨디션 불량으로 인해서 못 나와요, 오늘. 그래서 까보 선수가 못 나와요. 그래가지고 리타이어를 하게 됩니다. 3분의 2 끝나고. 자, 잠시 후면 스타팅 그리드 나오겠죠. 네, 스타팅 그리드 나옵니다. 드라이버 가격 설명해 들어가겠습니다. 폴 포지션은 리얼라이즈 코퍼레이션 어드밴저트가 되겠습니다. 사사키 다이키 선수가 되겠고요. ART의 무게 NXX가 16고차입니다. 16고차가 2번 그리드 3단 후쿠시비. ART의 무게는 NXX 같은 경우는 3병 들어왔지만 김민우 선수는 안 나올 것 같습니다. 오유토시키가 3번 그리드. 닛테르 모델 Z가 닛산제에서는 성적이 좋죠. 키가 같지만 4번 그리드, 아스테버 NSS GT, 마츠시타 노바르고 5번 그리드, 세네 NSS GT, 마키로 다르스케 6번 그리드, 젠지스 여러분 GR 수프라 마지막 구찌가 되겠습니다. 타치카가 7번에서 스타트, 모듈러 NSS 이자 사쿠요가 8번 그리드 스타트하게 되고, 웨지 스포츠 아드반 GR 수프라가 쿠니모토 유지 9번 그리드, 10번 그리드는 덴소 코벨코 GR 사드 GR 스프라입니다. 세기고지가 10번에서 스타트하고요. LA오스 엑스프람 GR 스프라 여기서 스타트합니다. 11번 그리드 델로이드 톰슨 GR 스프라 사사라 우교가 12번 그리드 모두 오텍 Z 마츠다 츠교가 13번 그리드 마레르 인펄 Z 14번 그리드 챔피언 여기서 스타트해요. 베르사 파게트 15번 그 최후미 스타트는 에유 톰스 GR 스프라 36호차 미야타리 도보입니다.
GT500 starting grid all ready and set to go into battle here at the Super GT in Fuji Speedway in GT.
자, GT 300 가겠습니다. 자, 구스마일은 카타오크가 스타트하고요. 스바루 BRZ는 이구치 타쿠토가 스타트하게 됩니다. 1번, 2번이고요. 게이다 타락스 이제는 이시카 케이시, 제일 람보르기니 신형의 에보죠. 모토지바 유야입니다. 6번 차량이 오토번 아우디는 가타야바 6번 그리드는 쉐이드 레이싱 쉐이페이스입니다. 86 12J20 7번 그리드는 포노스 게이날 오쿠사리키 이고르 프라카가 아라스 이와타 RCF로 8번 그리드 스타트하게 되고요. 반보 에어웨이즈 람보르기니 GT3 사카구치 리얼라이저 닛산 메카닉 챌린지 GTR 다토리 테페이 11번 그래도 호피스카츠 GR 스프라 스가라비 토고 케이춘주 GR 케이춘주도 상당히 굉장히 좋아요. 니타 모리오 12번 그리드. 자, 그리고 시노하라가 오늘 혼자서 단다하게 됩니다. 13번 그리드 신집 LM9에서 GR 스프라는 호노 슌스케고요. 15번 그리드 러너 리버스 GTR 아오키 타카요키 스터디 BMW M4는 아라세이지 16번 그리드고요. 하치이치 GR 스프라는 사토 키미야 17번 그리드 마샤케 에어버스터 MC86 마하고는 마츠이가 18번 그리드 19번 그리드 APR GR86입니다. 나가이 히로아키 20번 그리드 앞게르 NX입니다. 코바야시 타카시 NXX 코바야시 타카시고요. 21번 그리드 사이타마 토요페 GR 스프라 가와이 코타 무타 레이싱의 GR86은 츠츠미 유이가 22번 그리드에서 버시픽 V4 NH 납크 페라리는 사카구치 류헤이가 스타트를 하게 된 23번 그리드 쇼크버 케이스 프로인데 GTI 이다 타이어 25번 요기버 NSS GT3 이토레이 메이 26번은 RQ제 AMG GT3가 카노가 스타트하게 되고요. APR LC500은 뒤에서 스타트합니다. 27번 고타가 같이 똑같은 선수가 스타트합니다. 자, 현재 트랙 공기 온도는 27도, 트랙 온도 33도, 습도는 64%가 되겠습니다. 오유토시가 마츠다 츠기오는 영상적으로 출전합니다.
That was why they were thrown out in the GT500 class. Of course, now they all use the carbon neutral fuel supplied by the GTA.
GT300 같은 경우는 카본 뉴트럴 퓨얼이 지금 이제 사용이 되고 있어요. 제가 기억하기로는. 그러다 보니까 이게 그 세팅 값이 다른 걸로 기억하고 있어가지고 확실하게 모르겠습니다만, 네, 그걸로 인해서 사용하지 않았기 때문에 APR이 디스퀄리파이가 당한 이유가 설명이 됩니다. APR이 디스퀄리파이가 당한 거는 상당히 또 이례적인 일을 볼 수 있습니다. 쭉 이제 중위권, 중상위권을 담당했었던 APR이 이런 미스를 한다? 이거는
a dry day at all here at Fuji, and those rain clouds suggest that we've got more. That's optimism.
일단 슬릭과 웹 타이어가 둘 다 나와 있습니다. 일단은
Unfortunately for the Stanley Honda crew, I don't think you're going to need those for at least the first half hour of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a couple of housekeeping things. Of course, it's a 100 lap race distance. 2 refueling stops required for all cars. The number 23 Nissan will have to serve a stop and go penalty.
나중에 슈퍼 GT 저희가 중계를 권에 따오게 되면 얼마나 좋을까요? 저희가 더 드립을 칠 수 있을 텐데요, 말이죠. 김에 갈 때는 제가 소리를 줄이겠습니다. 양심이 있어가지고요, 저희가.
The time-honored tradition. Yes,
Yeah,
indeed.
to kick us off. Yeah, just on the 23 Nissan, in case you're wondering why.
일단은 챔피언십 랭킹 나오고 있는데 AU 톰스가 AU 36호 차가 지금 최하위 스타트하는데 지금 현재 지금 챔피언십 1등이란 말이죠. 3호 차인 치어 카츠마사 타카치오와 카츠보시가 2위고요. 자, JP 올리베이라와 츠츠 미유이 그리고 56호 차 2주 차가 이제 공동 1위고요. 아유 레디가 들린 거 보니까 스타트가 된 것 같네요. 스타트가 될 것 같네요.
Still on their first engine, which could be a real boon for them come the end of the season. But yeah, at some point in the early stages, it's at the discretion of race direction. There will be a penalty announced for that car. They'll come into the pits, and then, I mean, but with the conditions as they are, this is probably not a bad time to be serving your penalty. I mean, we saw in the open round of the season, Okayama, the number 8 ARTA Honda, had the same thing, and they came through to finish on the podium. So anything's possible.
Absolutely, it is. The fans are in the stands despite the tricky weather conditions. You cannot.
자, 진짜 좀 그렇게까지 날씨 기상이
Absolutely addicted to this sport. They love it. They come here in their thousands. And they absolutely have motor oil pumping through their veins the same way we do. It is a fabulous, fabulous country for its motorsport. They are absolutely plugged in and ready to rock the same way that the teams and the drivers are. It's going to be a really
개회 선언이 진행되는 것으로 보입니다.
the rolling start. And now we get ourselves ready for the fourth race of the Autobax Super GT Series 2023 with the announcement given that all the teams and drivers have been waiting for.
2023 오토박스 슈퍼 GT 라운드 4
오토바스 슈퍼 GT 라운드 4 GT 450km 레이스의 개회가 선언이 되었습니다. 자, 그러면 여러분들 갑니다. 포메이션 랩 1분이 남았습니다. 자, 오토박스 ARTA가 2-3에서 스타트하게 됩니다. 자, 어떻게 될지. 자, 이제 엔진 소리가 들려오는 것 같네요. 자, 2달 만에, 그리고 저희 오랜만에 또 일본 경기를 코멘테이터링 해봅니다. 아직 좀 남아있죠? 어라? 아, 괜찮겠죠, 이거는. AU 저 괜찮을까요, 저거? 페널티 받을 수 있는 거 아닌가요? 포메이션은 스타트했네요.
wall in the slipstream, particularly when they're trying to go through traffic.
일단은 SC 선두로.
A safety car start that we are having.
잠시만요. 제가 속도 전해드린 거면 포메이션은 없이 SC 스타트.
Have all that usual pomp
SC 스타트라고 합니다.
display team going round, and then a formation
네, 그럴 수밖에 없습니다. 확실하게 조금 안전상의 문제도 있고 하다 보니까 SC 스타트.
safety car, and that is obviously due to the fact that while it doesn't look too bad on the main straight, there are certain other parts of the course
바로 레이스 시작됐어요.
more water go down. So under the circumstances, to give the teams and the drivers a bit of a chance to understand the conditions a little better. The race has actually started, technically speaking, but we are under safety car conditions. And I have to say, you may sit there in your armchairs at home and think, well, that's a little bit pansy-ish, isn't it? You've got to remember
포메이션 사실상 없이 SC 선두에서 진행이 되겠습니다.
than Le Mans prototype.
일단은 뭐 관전 포인트 나올 것 같습니다.
So quick, and they have such a low center of gravity. They have such low levels of downforce, but it's really
SC 카운트를 하나 만들어야 되겠어요, 제가.
have to be very, very confident in knowing what these cars are going to do. The only choice, if you are even 5% doubtful, is to put the safety car out.
Thinking as well, these conditions are a real boon as well for Toshki Oryu, who's starting that number 8 Honda. If you weren't with us yesterday in qualifying, then he's still recovering from the broken collarbone that forced him to sit out the previous Super Formula race at this very track last month. He appeared in qualifying. He set the third fastest time. He was only less than a tenth away from pole, and was told by the team that actually he gave away more than that in the final corner with a small mistake, so he could have easily been on pole. Loaded up with painkillers, which is the same for him today, but of course in these wet conditions, of course the laps under the safety car help as well. In these wet conditions, the strain on his collarbone is going to be a lot.
일단은 SC가 나와 있는 상태로 레이스가 시작이 되었습니다.
34 laps, that is the minimum for all the drivers in 2 driver crews essentially. No driver is allowed to do more than 2/3 of the distance, which is 66 laps here today. So he has to make it as far as lap 34, and then presumably sometime around then, if there's not a safety car or any other reason they can't make the pit stop, then he will hand over to Tomoki Nojiri, who will presumably go the rest of the distance. They do have a third driver registered in that car. It's Iori Kimura, a Honda youngster who drove in the GT300 class last year for the ART8 team. But apart from a few laps in full course yellow practice yesterday, he hasn't really been a
자,
feature there just in case.
SC 스타트를 하면서 오랜만에 SC 스타트하는 것 같죠? 슈퍼 GT에서도. 자, 일단 GT500에 대한 후지 스피드웨이 위너는 2022년에는 ART가 키퍼였고요. 그리고 2013년에는 스보이와 미야타의 AU가 우승했었습니다. LXX 수프라.
Bring it to the number 8 ARTA crew. I mean, fair play to both of them. I mean, this is, I suppose, in Japanese racing terms, the way that Nojiri has had that and then come up to racing strength again. He's said
자,
himself
300 같은 경우는
quite where he wants.
타낙스, 스바루, 리얼라이즈가 되겠습니다. GTR 2대 GTR, BRZ GTR이고요. 자, 두 번째 랩 시작합니다.
Of a modern era Niki Lauda return.
Yeah, I mean, I think we were all stunned to see Nojiri actually at the track for the Autopolis Super Formula race just after he'd gone to hospital.
자, 그래도 B가 조금씩 오다 보니까 SC 스타트를 하려는 것으로 이제 SC 스타트가 되었고, 선수들이 좀 이제 사행 주행하면서 올리고 있죠.
He was also back in action even before that at the Suzuka Super GT race, so a real brave effort by Nojiri. I want to talk a little bit as well about Yuji Tachikawa, who's starting the number 38 Ceramo Toyota in 7th place. Of course, he announced his retirement in the run-up to this race, so this will be his last appearance at Fuji, and a track where he's had so much success that the Ceramo team has not had a
아,
4 years.
일단은 니테라와 지금 AU가 지금 연료 리스트릭터가 고정 꽤 있습니다.
I think the motivation will be at an all-time high. A few hints of blue skies there, which would be welcome news for some teams, less so for others. But certainly the ceremony
SC 램프
they'll be hoping
꺼졌나요?
Tachikawa
꺼졌네요. SC 인디스랩. 자, 바로 들어갑니다.
Lights are out on the safety car, so we are going to go racing this time by. Interestingly, the Japanese television crew, they had a word with Yuji Tachikawa on the grid. 48 years old. Doesn't look 48 years old.
타치카와가 올해 48이거든요. 48 같지가 않아요. 한 30대 중반을 보여요. 솔직히 말하자면. 네. SC 인디스랩이 됩니다.
It would be wonderful for the fans, for the sport, and for Japanese racing, for the history makers as a whole, for his quarter of a century at the top level to conclude with a podium. Looks as though Daiki Sasaki is
자, 세 번째 랩에서
to the throttle, and it's a good start if he can hold this through the final two corners for the Kondo Racing team.
자, 두 번의 세이프티카 랩을 지나고 바로 진행된다. 2023 슈퍼 GT 제 4전 후지 GT 400km, 450km 레이스 스타트했습니다.
2023 at Fuji Speedway. Green.
It's a green. Let's go racing time.
Spray around on the main.
자, 일단은 볼까요? 일단은 확실히 스프레이가 많이 나네요. 일단은 리얼라이저 스타트 잘 끄는 것으로 보이고요.
On the approach to the first.
검은색 ARTA죠. 16호차와 8호차는 일단은 전체적으로 순위 변동은 없어 보입니다. 없어 보여요. 네, 당연히 없네요.
ARTA Mugans pretty quickly.
모듈러가 살짝 떨어진 걸로 보이고, 자, GT 300도 스타트했습니다. 2023 오토박스 슈퍼 GT 라운드 3. 자, 잠시만요. 하츠레미크가 살짝 오버슈트 한 것 같죠? 살짝 오버런 있었어요. 라인이 많이 부풀은 것으로 보이고요.
Looks to me as though they have just
넘어갔나요?
leading cars in G.
넘어갔는지 좀 확인이 안 되고 있는데,
The tail enders.
안 넘어갔네요. 예.
100, and it looks as though the Subaru
잠시만요. 니테라 엄청 빠른 것 같은데요. 니테라가 빨리 니테라! 현재 4위에 있는 니테라가 굉장히 더 빨리 달려가고 있습니다. 지금 페이스가 엄청 좋아요. ART를 하루 지나쳤죠? 현재 3위로 올라섭니다. 니테라. 오! 자, 순식간에 검은색 ART에 16호차를 놓고 후쿠지마 치오의 배틀이죠. 일단은 아웃사이드로 일단은 치오가 막아냅니다. 이번에 인사이드거든 치오가. 하지만 자리 내주죠. 자리 내줍니다. 니테라 올라옵니다. 순식간에 2위로 올라오는 니테라. 지역 가츠바사. 자, 그리고 300은 사이바사이드 스바루 BRZ가 역시 올라옵니다. 그리고 지금 자칫 잘못하면 타낙스, 그러니까 11호차, 게이러 라인에 11호차까지도 내줄 수 있거든요. 내주나요? 내줘버리는 순식간에 두 자리를 잃어버리는 하츠미쿠가 되겠습니다. 하지만 몰라요. 따라 붙고 있는 하츠미쿠 AMG. 갔다가 다츠야. 네 번째 랩입니다.
Ricky Accuser, of course, in the number 10 car. But Ishikawa finds his way to come through. The ARTA Mugen in the GT500.
ARTA가 이거는 니테라가 좀 엄청 빠르죠. 자, 여기 서든서를 바뀌었죠. 사바사이드 게이너와 스바루가 게이너가 났나요? 게이너가 앞으로 나오면 선두 자리 바뀝니다. 게이너. 자, 그리고 스바루가 하츠레미카 스바루를 놓고 냈고요. 메르세데스가 이제 여권을 걸었습니다. 한번 걸어봤지만, 흔들어봤지만. 자, 던로빙 원투입니다. 자, 그리고 니테라 리얼라이즈마저 제쳐가면서 순식간에 1위에 올라갑니다. 니테라. 니테라 리얼리스트 있음에도 불구하고도 미쉐린 타이어의 최강 미쉐린, 이제 확실하게 말씀드리지만 이 웻 타이어거든요. 웻 타이어이기 때문에 미쉐린 타이어가 절대적으로 유리할 수밖에 없어요. 그렇게 되면 지금 니테라 타고 지금 미셸이 타고 있는, 지금 이제 미셸이 왜 타이어 쓰고 있는 니테라가 절대적으로 유리할 수밖에 없다는 그런 판단이 나오고 있고, 자, 일단은 스탠리가 바로 앞으로 나온 것 같죠? 나왔어요. 바로 차 앞으로 나왔습니다. 순식간에 순위 전동이 말이 일어나고 있는 상태. 네 번째 끝나고 다섯 번째 랩으로 접어듭니다. 이제 20분에 1. 지오 카츠마사, 니테라의 지오 카츠마사 굉장히 좋은데요. 자, 스탠리와 젠츠까지 ARTA 젠츠와 붙습니다.
Supra trying to come through, and Toshikyo is absolutely a deer in headlights at the moment, really struggling to hold on as we ride on board with Tachikawa
타치카와죠. 타치카와 온보드.
in his final race at Fuji.
후지 프릴레 후지에서 마지막 레이스 펼치고 있는 타치카와 유지가 되겠습니다. 자, 그리고 메르세데스가 2위로 올라서는 듯한 모습을 보여지고 있죠. 2위래요. 올라왔습니다. 가타오카 타츠야. 스파르드 팩트 순위를 그나마 다시 따라 붙습니다. 게이더가 엄청 빠르군요, 지금.
Needing to have periods of strength and weakness.
Just saw the J-Lock Lamborghini in the background running 4th position in the hands of Yuya Motojiba, and then it's Ricky Okusa in the other game in Nissan. So Okusa making some good progress in the early going up to P5 in the GT300 class. So interesting stuff going on. It looks like Yoshiaki Katayama in the Audi is back a couple
자, 니테라.
shares with Roberto Merrion. Look at Chio's lead already. I mean, he's just in a different class, isn't he? He's in a, almost seems like he's in a GT 550 car compared to the mere 500s that he's racing against with those Michelin tyres.
Well, if we got a great battle still to come, as now we watch Tachikawa under pressure from Izawa in the Modulo NSX Honda.
여섯 번째 랩으로 돌입합니다.
Hoping to try and keep hold of this. Look at the difference in the lines. This is what we were talking about.
잠시만요. 모츄리 피트인을 했어요. 여섯 번. 페레티 스탑. 맞아요. 그 엔진을 바꿨으니까 엔진에서 모츄리 페레티 스탑을 한 것 같고, 자, 모듈로와 젠츠.
They have to wait
7위 8위 싸움이죠.
direction, then they have 3 laps to come in, and so Sugo Matsuda getting that out of the way. It's a shame really for them because of course this is the point of the race where they should be making up the ground.
자, 타치카와 이자 타쿠야.
As they are, there's a very high chance of a safety car or a full course yellow that might bring back into play later on.
Here comes Izawa trying to go the long.
이자와가 아웃사이드에서 말아서 업어 들어가려는 듯한 모습이 보여집니다. 말아서 업어 들어갔어요. 라인 스위치 통해서 이자와 타쿠야 올라옵니다.
Beautifully done by Izawa, who manages to get around the outside of Yuji Tachikawa there.
타치카와 조금 힘드네요.
Position, and his next target is going to be Toshikyo.
자, ART와 게이너와 하츠레니코는 격차가 좀 많이 줄어든 것 같죠? 0.487초. 많이 따라붙었죠?
In the gain, and Nissan back up again. They're going to challenge for the lead once more.
자, 다시 한번 1위를 따라가려고 하고 있는
I mean, you would expect the Yokohama tyres, which have a line
카타카 타츠야. 게이너가 순식간에 지금 2등 두 자리를 얻어왔거든요.
they'll struggle once they're up to temperature, once they're working well. And you can tell there's not a whole lot of standing water in this part of the track. It's not quite dry, but it's certainly not
자, 여기는 리얼라이즈와 검은색 AITA 16호 차.
from near A for Kazumi in that number 16 car. 5 Hondas in the top 7, so with his hours move on Tachikawa there. So, but of course,
리얼라이즈 AITA 배틀 아마 리얼라이즈가 아직까지 유리할 것 같아 보이네요.
So as the track dries out, you can see that there's less standing water on the main straight, but the drivers are obviously trying to get across to the patches of wet.
자, 여기는 최종 코너, 여기 최종 코너 파라소닉이거든요.
Particularly hot, and you need to run
위지알가 메르세데스.
through the patches of water just to cool them down.
자, 슬립 붙었죠? 슬립 붙었습니다.
Comes Kataoka.
Lambo's up to P3.
이거는
Indeed, the J-Lock Lambo is on the march. Yeah,
Yeah, so
very
the
quick.
Yokohama tyres, Yokohama
이거 일단 최종 1코너쯤에서 그 추월할 수 있을 것 같은데 아니래. 그 전에 추월하려는 그런 속셈인 것 같아. 갔다오카 타츠야 1번 코너에서 브레이킹 승부로 성공해냅니다. 아츠레미크 AFJ 순위 산식간에 7랩 만에 다시 순위를 되찾아옵니다.
Yet another lead change.
구스마의 아츠레미크 리드 체인지 성공.
Look at it, right in the background. It's really catching up quickly.
람보르기니가 빨리 따라왔어요. 람보르기가 3등이네요.
In G
오, 람보르기니 신형 람보르기니입니다.
that J-Lock is looking pretty ominous.
제로시 람보르기니. 오, 이게 바로 이보투의 파워일까요?
his debut this weekend probably have the most outright downforce
자, 8번째 랩이죠.
conditions. So
여덟 번째니까 이제 9번째 랩이죠.
shook down last week by Takashi Kubura, the other driver in that car.
여덟 번째 자, 리얼라이즈 사사키 다이키 리얼라이즈와 AIT 검은색 AIT입니다. 3인 싸움. 생각보다 많이 따라왔네요. 니테라 리얼라이즈 ARTA 아스테모, 스탠리, ARTA, 자, 제츠와 댄서 간의 슈프라끼리 싸움이죠. 타치카와 버서스 새끼구치. 인사이드 쪽에서 타치카가 올라옵니다만, 이거는 어떻게 인사이드 아웃 라인 조금 못 풀었어요. 잠시만요. 게이노가 우라칸이 이득에 올라왔어요. 오, 스바루도 지금 스바루가 엄청 빠른데요. 자, 그리고 마렐리한테 이제 트랙 리밋에 대한 흑백 방기가 제시가 되었다라는 모습이 전해지고 있고요. 람보르기니 후라칸과 하츠네미크의 AMG가 격차가 조금씩 줄어들었습니다. 어라? 잠시만요. 빠른 피트스탑? 업계로지의 빠른 피트스탑인가요? 그러네요. 이번 시즌부터 슬릭 타이어예요. 슬릭 타이어예요. 오, 도발. 일단은 이 최저 급여 같은 경우는 슬릭 타이 급여 같은 경우는 올해부터 의무 급여가 인정이 되고요. 슬릭 타이어입니다. 지금 전 차량 웹 타이어일 거예요. 일단 실험적인 모습을 어떻게 도전을 해보는 그런 업계라지 LSX 22.5초가 됩니다. 오, 업계로지 재미난 전략을 들고 온 것 같은데요. 자, 9번째 랩 접어들어 있는 가운데 상황입니다. 라이트손이 나와 있긴 하는데, 어라? 잠시만요. 아우디가 스바루를 제친 것 같죠? 스바루가 순식간에 6등으로 떨어진 것 같고, BMW한테는 순식간에 자리를 내준 것 같은데요? 내줬어요? 스바루? 패스가 안 나오고 있었습니다. 오라! 순식간에 7등으로 내려버린 BRZ. 오! 자, 그리고 게이더 포로스 GT하게 게이더 라인끼리 배틀 포로스가 가져갑니다. 포로스 15차가 올라오네요. 자, 포로스 자, 일단 약 10바퀴가 진행이 되고 있고요. 마키노 세키구치가 마키노를 제친 것 같아 보이죠? 덴소 코발코 지하사 덴소 코발코 사드 지하 수프라 덴소 사드 잠시만요. 피트가 많이 바쁘죠? 슬릭 같아 보입니다. 슬릭이에요. 슬릭입니다. 이제 슬릭 나오네요. 이제 슬릭 타이어가 빠르다는 걸 알게 된 겁니다. 좀 고민해야 될 거예요. 자, 양측 모두 피트인 하나요? 둘 다 피트인 하나요? 피트인 합니다. 니테라 스마 하츠메이크와 람보르기니 둘 다 피트. 어느 쪽으로 나올까요? 자, 피트 배틀. 일단은 앞에 있는 건 제가 알기로는 그러니까 이 피트하우스에 가장 가까운 게 피트하우스가 가장 가까운 게 하츠메이크네요. 하츠메이크 제 원게 하츠메이크네요. 다 바로 근처네요. 자, 그리고 11번째 랩인데 일단 어느 정도 누가 먼저 나올까요? 살짝 빠른 거는 하츠르미쿠 같습니다. 살짝 늦었어요. 순위 자리를 일단 리더 클래스 리더 자리를 유지합니다. 하츠르미쿠 AMG.
gained a bit of an advantage in that pit stop
Yeah,
sequence.
look at the difference in the standing time. It was nearly 4 seconds quicker than the Lamborghini. That really helps out the Good Smile crew in the long run. Interestingly, none of the GT500 cars in yet.
GT500 차량은 아직까지 안 나온 것 같죠?
Basically knowing
잠시만요.
we can make this work.
17호 차인데 페널티.
500 cars have to wait a little bit longer.
뭐라?
It work in their
드라이브스루?
Ponos Nissan now leads the way, but look at the BMW all over.
저 BMW가
Time. The BMW crew are gaining and up
BMW 트루가 엄청 빠른데요. BMW 현재 지금 잠정 1위입니다.
very tricky conditions. So the BMW has stormed its way, but now he's got into the lead. Surely, having seen
들어가나요?
come into the pits for slick tires.
일단 1등으로 들어가려는 듯한 모습이 있죠.
Not.
포로스를 스테이 아웃.
Interesting.
오, 이렇게 재미난, 그냥 전략이 말이 나뉩니다.
On the previous lap.
현재 리더, 표면상 리더는 포노스입니다만, 피트 윈도우 상태에서는 지금 피트 뒷째, 진 1등은 하츠미크로 볼 수 있어, 사실상.
In early, but there's also the gamble of just staying out there and seeing if more rain comes if you're not confident on your pace. Now Tachikawa coming back and Takuya Izawa in a reverse of the move we saw earlier. The move into turn 1, I think Dunlop tyres maybe just
드라이브스루 페널티가 들어간 것 같고, 아스테모한테.
And this, of course, is where things are going to get
Z0 뭐 12바퀴째.
into the pits at the same time as the GT300 cars. They've got to go.
리얼라이즈도 슬릭으로 바꾸려는 모습입니다. 500 차량이죠.
And they have also decided they've elected to go to slick tires in GT500. They've seen the GT300 cars. There's no reason why the 36 crew couldn't have come in when they did, and that's why they've chosen to. The AU Supra that have dropped to the back of the field. Made a lot of sense for them to go slicks early on.
봐라!
That's exactly what they've done. Oh, bit of an issue for the
살짝 이슈가 있었죠.
because they've got the car just in
대각선 피트가 있어가지고.
so they actually had to push it back a bit in order to get it out there. Now that could be a real hammer blow for the Kondo crew.
Yeah, we saw the 19 Yokohama, so both Yokohama tyre cars coming in on the same lap. So I think it's fair to assume that this is
12바퀴 랩에서 상당히 또 재미난 그런 상황이 연출이 되고 있죠.
still make it to the end. Got to really
젤픽 봐봐요. 여기. 와우.
How on earth do you pick your
이거 지금 다 드라이 타이어란 말이에요. 이거 지금 레이 타이어란 말이에요, 이거.
pyramid Mercedes just slotting in front of the Satamoto Opet Supra, and then you've got the Cintium Corsica
일부 차량은 지금 아직까지 안 나왔기 때문에
so nearly going into the side of one of these GT300.
스페이스 안 나오고 있죠. 스바루도 페이스 안 나오고 있을 거야. 레온도 그나마 안 나오고 제트 들어옵니다.
Into the pits comes Yuji Tachikawa. Izawa came into the pits at the same
이자와도 들어온 것 같고, 왼반 선수들이 전부 다 슬릭으로 들고 옵니다.
16 ARTA cars. So I wonder if Sasaki just got bored.
백고차도 나왔습니다.
300 cars. I wonder if that was an opportunity for Kazumi to get up into second. I haven't seen any evidence of anybody changing drivers. The number 10 stand there. I think finally in pit, Martin pit in 300. Of course, leading the race until that point. And I think we saw the number 1 car as well. But
일단은 13바퀴 랩에서 상당히 또 그런 조금 알 수 없는 그런 연출이 되어 있고요.
the Michelin tyre is still
지금은 아스테모가 아마 피트한 차량 중에서 가장 1등으로 달리고 있습니다. 하려면 빨리 들어가기 때문에.
What a change up of the order.
모틸은 피트 안 했거든요. 모틸은 피트를 이제 그걸 냈기 아마 드라이브스루를 그냥 오토 피트 스탑을 받았기 때문에
the race with his broken collarbone. So I'm not sure what ARTA are going to do here.
ARTA가 괜찮을까요, 오이 소식이? 여기 여기는 비가 더 올 거라 예상해서 슬릭을까 레이타일까요? 뭐 웬만하면 저보다 슬릭일 거라 생각하고 있는데 지켜봐야 되겠죠.
Forced to just try and stay out there and make the tires go as fast as possible. But the problem with that is, of course, the track will get drier and therefore the track will get faster, and Oyu will be on the wrong tires to make that work. which means that Tomoka Nijiri is basically going to be sat frustrated trying to take over for a driver who's not going to be in a position to give it up in terms of the fastest race strategy. But then the fastest race strategy may no longer be an option to them. This is going to be very tricky as Sekiguchi is trying to come around the outside of Toshiki Oyu. There are only 3 cars that haven't pitted now. Katsumasa Chiyo in the lead. Toshiki Oyu in second.
일단 오유가 2위고 덴소가 3위거든요.
Everybody else
ARTA와 덴소.
change to slick tires. But these 3 cars are staying out.
The 23 is still on wets because of course they
Oh,
came
of course
into
it
a
is.
penalty. So we should see that car up into 4th place now. The pit stops as they are, but of course they're on the Michelins as well. They'll be probably the last cars in, apart from possibly the number 8, poor old Toshiki Oyu. He must be frantically communicating with his ARTA team now, wondering what the hell do we do, because you know he's probably in quite a bit of pain already as the track dries out, the G-forces get higher. You know, there's no option for him to just try and grin and bear it at this stage.
자, 일단 14바퀴래. 14바퀴.
Which is perfectly healthy, which is not what you want to do.
외로워요.
Oyu doing his best. He comes down the straight on the inside. Well, either that or they may have to resort to Yuri Kimura. They may have to call the backup to try and bring him into the race to make them go the distance. They may not have any option. At least they've got it there as a potential strategy backup. As we
어라, 아스테보.
off the road.
아스테보가 코스하우스 한 거 같죠?
So Nobuharu Matsushita has gone off there at the chicane.
CK에서 좀 미끄러진 걸로 보입니다. 15바퀴 랩.
Only the two Michelin cars that are still out there. There is Oyu presumably staying in.
예, 오렌지 ARTA 8호차도 들어왔고요.
Yeah, but now he's going to have to go to around lap 55 or so before they get into the fuel window. Because otherwise they can't afford another pit stop. You do 3 pit stops, you're going to be at the grid. So
자, 지금 그러니까 레이더 타고 있는 선수들이 뭐 니테라, 유일하게 니테라입니다.
We've got here as the GT500 squabbling away. Izawa nearly losing
이자와도 그렇고.
the exit on throttle. Tachikawa, Makino, and Ritsumo Miyata giving chase. It's getting pretty spicy in the middle as now we've got Bertrand Baguette having made a clean break. That pit stop phase has really helped them out. They're up to 9th position now as a result of all of the shuffles. So it's definitely going well for them.
Again, after Matsushita's off, he's back in the pit. So is there a problem with that car?
He might have had some contact from somebody. We don't know exactly what the issue is. Look at Tachikawa. Really
타치카와도 빠르게 달려가려고 하고 있는 모습을 보이겠습니다. 12와 11의 싸움.
He's going to go deep. Izawa's going to run wide. Tachikawa's going to get decent throttle application, but who's going to be brave enough on the way to the next apex? And don't forget that you've still got pressure from Tadasuke Makino behind. If it all goes wrong, Tachikawa brave.
타치카와가 11로 올라오는 모습을 보여주고 있습니다. 타치카와 올라왔네요.
Beautifully.
타치카 역시. This is 타치카와.
After 25 years in the sea, that is so brave in these damp conditions. That could have gone so
스탠리가 올라오나요?
confidence, the conviction to make it stick. And
올라오는 거 아까 보이기도 하고.
Izawa as well as they go side by side.
자, 트래픽 걸렸죠. 마렐리, ARTA, 델로이트.
ARTA of Toshiki
ART 마렐리가 올라왔어요. 오, 마렐리.
Brilliant move, keeping up with the frustration of yesterday. It looks like Ukyo Sasahara having a little look there, and now we've got the lead.
니테라 이제 들어오네요.
Taking those wet tyres off. Look how little tread is on them. They're almost like intermediates, even though they can only have one wet compound. There's no intermediate tyre, just wets and slicks. But the Michelin is more like an intermediate, can only homologate one pattern for the whole year. So Chiyo, but look at that. Fukuzumi, it looks like Fukuzumi, I think, is going to have the net lead because Chiyo is going to come out behind. There's the Denso Supra that came in a few laps ago, the rookie racing car as well, which came in quite a while ago.
자, 16바퀴래. 참
Chiyo's still got the lead.
상당히 또
Machine of Niro Fukuzumi.
이제라도 정상적인 레이스를 재밌게 볼 수 있겠네요.
Effectively the net lead. I think the 23 car is still out there. I mean, not pitted yet, but apart from that, it's the number 16 out in front.
You're absolutely right. Ukyo Sasahara has now managed to get through past Toshiki Oyu in the number 8 ARTA Mugen as well. And the next man up is Yuji Tachikawa, who's already proven he's up for a scrap. As the battle is now going to go round the outside of the study BMW M4 in the GT300 category that led for all of about 80 meters or so before making its pit stop for slick tyres. But there's only one car, to my knowledge, that isn't out on slick tyres in GT500 now, and that is Sugio Matsuda, who obviously came in for the drive-through penalty earlier on, but that was not a pit stop. So it'll be interesting to see now how far they'll...
자, 델로이트 그 8호차 ARTA Z와 샌닝아의 90, 11, 12위 싸움.
out there longer than anybody else. Surely Sugio Matsuda's got to come in. Indeed he does. So he hands the lead.
모출은 이제 들어오죠. 모출은 사실은
In the number 16
그 페널티 스탑을 했었기 때문에 피트 못했었거든요.
So after all of that,
ARTA가 다시 한 번 더 리드를 차지하고 있습니다.
that has the lead of the race for Nilo Fukuzumi, much to the delight.
오츠이로키도 지금 상황을 지켜보고 있고요.
He was so frustrated yesterday to miss out on pole by half a tenth, but look at the rookie racing Toyota now running P2. I mean, Kazuo Oshima was last on the opening lap with a bizarrely slow start, and now he finds himself up in second place. It's Yuki Sakaguchi third in the SAR Toyota. It's worked
17바퀴 랩에서 지금 상당히 조금 이제
place. The Impul Nissan, then it's a huge gaggle of cars behind. Still the battle's on between Sasahara in sixth, Oryu in seventh, then it's Tachikawa, Makino, Nizawa still in the background, and Nakajima Honda. But I think this has worked out beautifully for ARTA in particular. The number 16 car started second, is overdue a win with so little success, Palace. They were really strong here in May, but of course they had a penalty for a pit stop infraction that threw them back to the lower reach of the top 10. And there was
모출이 이제 나왔네요.
And of course, this big shuffle of the deck of positions, it's not because we're waiting for a team to get back into line with the pit stop rotation. It's not because there's been a car or two out of position off the start.
자, 현재 지금 GT300의 리더는 지금 하치르 미크란 말이죠. 아직도 지금 리드를 챙기고 있습니다. 리드 챙기고 있어요.
Has worked its way back
우라칸과의 격차가 조금 늘어났죠.
well with 5 seconds in hand on the J-Lock.
약 5초 정도의 차이.
The Mercedes is the car to have. We've already proven that in the dry, the good smart Mercedes has definitely got superior pace. They're going to have a lot of GT500 cars coming through, but that's not going to cause them any headaches. The Subaru has suddenly plummeted all the way from battling for the lead to 10th position. And again, I stress to say this, but this is where the race battle is actually being played. We're not waiting for a car or two to come into the pits to have a pit stop. Everybody's done it already. So that's really unfortunate for the Subaru team. They've gone from second on the grid to 10th in GT300.
Yeah, they were struggling early on, weren't they? And they didn't really gain anything back in the pits. It's obviously the up garage car was the first to come on to slicks, and that's that was a good
타치카와
P6 now for Takashi Kobayashi. So the service run Honda NSX there doing a great job to make that strategy gamble and then triggering a stampede of their rivals coming in. Actually, the order, apart from that, the order didn't change significantly, did it? I think the Team Le Mans Audi has dropped down the order. I don't know where they've to Yoshiaki Katayama at the wheel. Roberto Merri, of course, was really looking forward to this race. Felt we had a good chance, and looks like Oryu's got back ahead of Sasahara in the 5v6 somewhere.
He's clearly dug deep and found something pretty special.
네.
Maybe the collarbone just isn't giving him as much of an issue as we thought.
자, 19바퀴 랩입니다. 제가 업데이트 못하고 있는데
Dead last at the end of lap 1 in GT500. They were in 15th place, and now here they are, having made their way to second position. This is
에네오스도 진짜 지금 2위에요.
for the team.
자, 하위에 있었거든요. 저 패스트 랩, GT500 패스트 랩이 나왔습니다. 1분 3.995.
Lap of the race, so 1 minute 30.9. So the Supras have bounced back big time. Toyota was nowhere yesterday. They only had one car that made it through to Q3, and now they are suddenly second and third with rapid pace.
Yeah, and of course, Toyota coming off a streak of 2 wins. Of course, 36 at Fuji in May. It was the 19 Bando car at Suzuka. Could Rookie Racing or Sard make it 3 in a row on Toyota's home ground? And look at that, Oshima is closing in on Nirei Fukuzumi. The gap down to 4 seconds. See Sakaguchi there.
자, 일단은
Wretched season.
페이스를 지금 다들 롱런을 하고 있는 것 같아 보이죠?
Nothing's really gone their way for quite some time. They've gone, I think, 3 seasons now without a victory. That team, and I think a podium would be a good result for them. But Sakaguchi, I think, is only
일단은 에네오스와 덴소와의 격차는 약 5초 내외로 진행되고 있습니다.
the one to really keep an eye on at the moment with Borshima going some brilliant pace in the number 14 machine.
Yeah, the ARTA Honda is currently about 133s, 132s, and I'm not sure if that's because they're just not handling the tyres as well as the Supras are, or if it's just traffic, or if it's both combined, but there's certainly
자, 20바퀴.
to the Supras who are catching up on them. Here's the battle for 7th. This is Ukiya Sasahara, Yuji Tachikawa, and Tadasuke Makino, 9th position in the Stanley Honda, trying to work his way further forward. And Tachikawa having a look at the inside of Sasahara. That's going to be big gamble to slice that up the inside from such a far way back. We are 20 laps now into this 100 lap, 450 kilometer Fuji Speedway route. And the J-Lock Hurricane, well, they're starting to catch up to the good smart Mercedes now as well. Look, the gap comes down to 3.7 over the line. And so the J-Lock Hurricane is not out of this one at all.
그래서 많이 따라오갔죠. 지금 하츠미과 제르시의 격차가 지금 많이 줄어들어서 3초 가까이로 줄어들었습니다.
Tachikawa again lines up Sasahara with Tadasuke Makino threatening to do the job first.
Yeah, Makino will be a bit disappointed with his day's work so far. They're in 9th place.
자, 델로이트와 제트.
And we're looking quite racy in the opening stages, but it's the real racing car that's really lost out down in 14th place with that second pit stop. Still
델로이트가 7위로 유지하고 있습니다.
apart from Matsu's having his off, but quite why he felt
셀리도 따라 합세를 했었죠.
3 laps after he'd already come in to change the slicks. The car is still running at a relatively competitive pace in 14th place, but that extra pit stop, I don't see how they're going to come back from that. Of course, it's way too early in the race to go to the end. The fuel window for these GT500 cars is around 45, maybe 46 laps. Of course, that can be extended slightly if there's a full course yellow or a safety car. And now look at Kaz Oshima, just 2 seconds, less than 2 seconds behind. Hiroi Fukuzumi, what a team for breakfast.
I think there's more.
ARTA와 에네오스 간에서 1, 2위 싸움 많이 따라왔습니다. 에네오스가 1.7초 차이.
Kazuyo Oshima is absolutely lighting up the timesheets. Looking at the difference in lap times, they are the only crew really, other than the Denso Supra, to smash the 130 barrier in recent times. But Kazuyo Oshima, absolutely relentless. I think he's just driving with the red mist, whatever it is that dropped them down to last place on the opening lap. We didn't even see what it was. But Kazuyo Oshima clearly thinking, right, if that's how we're going to play, then we are going to dig deep, we're going to find the magic, and we're going to prove to you all that this is a car that can win. And they are really pushing it. End of lap 20, last time around. Air temperature 26 degrees Celsius, but thanks to that rain earlier on, the track temperature is only at 32 degrees Celsius, really, so it's still quite a cool circuit under the conditions. Kazuyo Oshima absolutely has Fukuzumi in his sights now. He's got missile lock and target engaged, hasn't he? Just give it another lap or so at this sort of pace, and all of a sudden, Fukuzumi's really going to struggle to hold him at bay. He's got the Hoppyshat Super in front. Oh no, and that's holding him up. This is great news for Kazuyo Oshima. Get out of the way, says Nidai Fukuzumi. Don't you know who I've got behind?
자, ARTA와 에네오스의 배틀이 많이 따라왔어요. 16고 차 ARTA를 따라붙는 에네오스입니다.
Tyres for teams to choose from, and they can choose from different compounds. Of course, they have to make the decision which ones to bring in advance based on the weather forecast. And sometimes, whether a team has a good weekend or a bad weekend can come down to something as kind of gnarly as whether the weather forecast they had was accurate, because it does affect which compound of tyres they bring to the track. And now they only get 6 sets of tyres for these longer 450 kilometer races, which essentially means 2 specs, 3 sets of 2 specs each. And if neither of your specs or the spec that you kind of pinning your hopes on isn't in the window, it can easily spoil your whole weekend. So I just wonder whether 14 Toyota, of course, these track conditions are much
자,
32 degrees, and they would have been anticipating weeks ago. They would have been probably thinking that it would be a hot and sunny day like we had yesterday for qualifying, and I just wonder whether that number 14 rookie racing Toyota has got a tyre that's suited to this cooler temperatures that maybe caught some of the teams out.
Well, the fans in the stands are loving this. We've had rain in the first quarter of the race, and as a result of that, it's really mixed things up. by the time we've had the first pit stop out of the window. So excellent racing so far. There is the Denso Supra, third position. You've got a long way back for the two Nissans as Bertrand Baguette is still piling on the pressure to Katsumasa Chiyo in the hope that he can try and work his way through in the fourth position. And there is Toshiki Oyu in front of Uki Sasahara, Yuji Tachikawa, and then Tadasuke Makino. 10th position at the moment is the Modulo Honda, just in front of the Realize Nissan. Or no, not. Was that a change for position there? I think the Realize Nissan may have actually got through to get up into 10th position. Yes, indeed they have. So that is a change.
자, 일단 많이 따라왔어요. 0.7초 차이 에레오스와 ARTA.
Pointing opening 20 or so laps has been for the pole sitting number 24 Nissan there down.
아, 근데 따라갈 수 있을까요? 23바퀴입니다. 23랩.
Definitely not what they were hoping for, but look at how tough this battle is going to get. Now it's Gazio.
아, 인사이드 붙었어요. 살바 사이드.
He absolutely nails it in the inside apex.
한번 밀렸죠? 자, 살바 사이드.
He's desperately trying to hold him at bay. They go wheel to wheel down the main straight. Fukuzumi and Oshima. Both drivers are going to commit to the
자, 어느 쪽이 1등이 될까요?
braking zone. Kazuya Oshima feels he's got the car underneath him. He's certainly shown that on lap time basis.
나오는 안쪽으로 나오는 거를 에레오스입니다. 리드 체인지.
Kazuya Oshima hits the front, and who would have thought that at the end of the first lap they were in dead last, and now the Enios rookie racing car is in the lead at Fuji.
오, 자, 그리고 ARTA와 델로이트의 배틀인데요. 델로이트가 나옵니다. 7위로 올라오는 델로이트.
Yeah, back to 6th position for the 37. Tom's crew there, Sasahara, I think he was hoping for a bit more than the position he's fighting for now. But look at Oyu's not ready to give up the position. They may only be fighting for 6th place, but still Oyu with the bit between.
자, 24바퀴 랩에서 리드가 바뀌었습니다.
Job to get into the lead from the position that he was in at the end of the opening lap. Just a moment ago, I was remarking. I think my connection briefly dropped out, but remarking on the number 24 Realize Nissan that started this race from pole position, how disappointed they must be with the opening 20 or so laps to be down 10th position and not really looking like they're going to be in contention for the victory here today unless we get more rain later on.
I think we have our first retirement from the race, which is the K-Tunes Lexus. They are 4 laps down from the leaders.
K-Tunes 랩.
I didn't see anything in particular that's caused an issue, but it looks like there has been technical issues with Morioni.
K-툰즈가 리타이어한 걸로 추정이 되고 있거든요. 지금 영어 중계진에 의하면. 자, 쉐이더 보너스 566도.
As they run behind the BMW. So even after the musical chair shuffle has ceased for the moment, that BMW in 4th position. A great start from Sejiara as the M4 has worked its way through the traffic, got itself up into a decent position, and at the quarter distance mark, you know, we've got 3 brilliant teams here battling for 4th place in GT300. We've got the BMW, we've got the Shade GR86, and we've got the Ponos Nissan of Ricky Okuza. And Shimizu is looking particularly strong. This is where the BMW is slightly weakest. With a little bit more moisture on the circuit, the BMW has the confidence on those Michelin tyres. But once the track dries out again, it's the regular pretenders to the crown that can really start to make an impact.
Look at the number 18, up Garage NSX on that list on the left. They've slipped all the way down to 12th place behind the Lexus LC500H that started last after being disqualified from qualifying. So after that brave call to go on to slick, like they're kind of reverting to the mean. The NSX doesn't really appear to be competitive around this track. And looking even further down the list, look at the Audi R8, the number 16, the Moncar, way down in P18, which is a huge disappointment for the car shared by Yoshiaki Katayama and Roberto Meri there. So their hopes of fighting at the front appear to have dissipated. Subaru making a little bit of a comeback in 9th place, but got 2 very heavy cars in front of it, the 56 Kondo Nissan and the number 2 Ingin car, which came from way down the grid, both running 90 kilos up in P7 and P8 already. So that's exactly the kind of result that those 2 teams that are fighting for the championship need to be aiming for.
Absolutely, to get those cars into the top 10, very impressive at this early stage of the race. Still a long way to go, of course, but
자, 서디 쉐이드 보너스.
Kazuya Oshima continues to extend that advantage. Interestingly, we're looking at the GT300 graphic, and the J-Lock Hurricane has not caught up to the good smart Mercedes in quite the rapidity that I thought they would. So it seems as though their little advantage seems to have evened out again. And the gap is still steady at 3.7 seconds as we watch Toshikyoryu and Yuji Tachikawa still battling away for 7th place in GT500. So now that Uke Sasahara has got past Toshikyoryu, they are still backs to the wall and up against the ropes at the moment, aren't they? Because they are being forced into keeping Toshikyoryu out there for a lot longer than was originally hoped.
Indeed, I think Oryu doing a stoic job here. Of course, he could, in theory, get out of the car after lap 34, but as we mentioned earlier, they do need to get to the fuel window, so he's going to have to go a lot further than that. I think all the cars now. It's a shame in a way, the rain, because it's basically locked pretty much every car in the field onto the same strategy, isn't it? They all came in within 3 or 4 laps of each other. I think the earliest was lap 11, the latest was lap 15. So we're not going to get the same strategic variation that we saw for round 2 when we had the 450k race, where there was a really wide variety of strategies, and it was very intriguing to see how.
아, 여기는 36코 차와
We see the 36 Toyota's made its way past the Dunlop shot Nakajima Honda. Of course, that points leading
모듈로
with 2.
AUR 모듈로가 빠르죠.
That is an apt demonstration there of how much top speed that costs you as Takia Izawa slips back ahead, but I think we're going to be fighting a losing battle. The dry tyres, the Dunlop tyres just don't seem to work well here at Fuji, so even if Izawa hangs on briefly, I think at some point he will find himself demoted by Ritomo Miyata. Still hanging on around the outside
자,
there, but Dunlop tyres just not.
다시 한 번 더 어택을.
Well, Miyata wants to be really careful. He doesn't want to trip over having a battle outside the points when he knows that he's battling for the title in 2023. So he's got to have full confidence and knowledge that Izawa isn't just going to accidentally slew into the side of him and turn in when he goes for the move. So this is going to be his next opportunity. But I notice he's actually bailed out a little bit. He's come off the throttle. He's backed himself up a couple of car lengths to have another go at Takuya Izawa. Sometimes that can just be the beneficial thing. Yes, you want to run as close to the car in front as possible, but if you're very much in threat of running into the side of them just by the way the concertina effect off corners.
혼자서 하니까 힘드네요, 이게.
To just ease off the throttle, drop back a couple of car lengths.
아직은 파트너 의존도가 높습니다. 다시 한 번 더 AU가 올라옵니다. 11등으로 올라오는 AU.
Taking 2 steps back to go 3 steps forward, but Izawa is still not done with it.
Yeah, well, that's the trouble with passing in the final corner, is you just make yourself vulnerable on the main straight, and especially so when you've got the fuel flow restrictor. So I don't think that quite worked out there. Well, it might be able to hang around the outside, but then it'll be slow on the run down.
He's actually gone off the road to get the pass.
Oh, well, he doesn't want to be pinged by the stewards for completing a pass by going off the road, and Izawa is back ahead. So this is frustrating for Miyata, isn't it? Trying to weave their way past the G300 traffic. The 2 NSXs there lying astern. Close boy watches on. He's got to take over that number 36 machine at some stage, hoping that he might be in a slightly better position by the time he does than the current 12th place that Miyata is running in. But it's going to be a very difficult race with that fuel flow restrictor, which of course is always a part of Super GT to keep the field balanced, to keep the championship quite open, to stop any one team running away with things.
The leaders are on track together. The Enios Supra in GT500 and the good smart Mercedes in GT300. There is the second place car in the GT300 category, the J-Lock Hurricane. They are still closing in on the good smart Mercedes overall, but the traffic is not giving them any help at the moment, really. So they find themselves an opportunity to move forward, and then they kind of slap back again. So they slump back another 0.3 of a second on that lap. So again, I think their battle is going to go back to the pit stop phase. But we saw just how much time the good smart Mercedes team gained in the pit stops compared to the J-Lock Hurricane. They made 4 seconds on them. So just imagine if the J-Lock Hurricane pit stop had been slightly quicker, we would have a very different leader of this race at this point.
Number 31, APR Lexus, back into the points now in the hands of Kazuto Kataka from the back of the grid. So great drive from the Flow Racing Super Formula driver. laps, he's picked off number 87. That's the old Lamborghini. That's the car that was written off in the crash involving Suge Matsuda at Suzuka. J-Lock essentially swapped the numbers over so that the old 88 became the 87, and they ordered a brand new car, the Evo 2 from Italy.
자, 스바루와 APR은 많이 올라가고 스바루가 많이 떨어졌어요 지금.
So now it's largely red scheme instead of the white and red scheme they had before. I think it looks brilliant. I think they've done a really great job with that Evo 2, making it look absolutely fantastic. Now,
오.
it's a huge car, isn't it? A long wheelbase. You can tell with that picture just how long the wheelbase of that Lexus is compared to the little Subaru. Is Kotaga going to have a chance here? I think the Subaru might just hang on for another few corners.
Well, I was also quite frightened for Ritamo Miyata. He almost slew straight into the back of his Awa on the brakes for that chicane. So he was very lucky there not to cannon into the back of his opponent in GT500. That could have been very messy. We almost had a safety car period right there. And so now Ritamo Miyata's got to regroup and go at it all over again. Still struggling to get past that Honda, as Kotaka struggling to get past
잠시만요.
in the Subaru, now has Sakaguchi in the Huracan, trying to work his way back into the pack as a result. Now here comes the LC500H, here's Kotaka. Surely he's not going to wait around behind the Subaru any longer. Down at the first corner, the Subaru isn't even fighting it really, letting him go.
Yeah. That's the fastest car in a straight line in GT300 against probably one of the slowest in the form of the Subaru. It's very quick in the corners, but with that little 4-pot engine, the engine based on the old Subaru World Rally Car engine, it just doesn't have the grunt in a straight line. So I think Iguchi there, knowing he was fighting a losing battle, Kokisaga and Yuki Nemoto are pleased with that move from Kotaka. One of the few teams actually to run all three drivers in their rotation last time, and I did see the upgrade car just coming to pits earlier, so looks like Kobayashi getting out and Koide getting on board. So they were the first car to come in on
잠깐 저 조금
change the slicks. They're coming in very early.
물을 마시고 온다고요?
Get to the end, can they really
31렙에서 지금 업기로지가
300s don't do
리드 31렙에서 업기로지가 리드를 그 드라이브 체인지를 합니다.
best part of 60 laps that Koide's got to do now. That seems like a tall order to me, but they were struggling again. It's a case of if you roll the dice, maybe if there's more rain on the way, it won't matter in the long run.
They've got to be hoping for a safety car period, haven't they? If they're going to be making that kind of pit stop at this early stage. I mean, you don't see any of the other GT300 cars in pit lane at the same time as them. So this is definitely,
Yeah.
let's just see what happens.
Yeah, well, they were going backwards very quickly, so who knows? Maybe they had a slow punch or another problem that could only be solved by coming into the pits, and that was one of the reasons why. Because of course, they were sixth at one stage, having been the first car into the pits to change the slick tyres. Then they were struggling to even stay, I think, in the top 20 by the time they actually came into the pits. So really disappointing pace there, and Koide getting in the car. I'm not sure whether Kobayashi would have done. Maybe they just calculated barely. I suppose 30 laps or slightly fewer for the GT300 runners. Maybe they just barely calculated that Kobayashi had done his 1/3, and they were going to make Koide go the rest of the distance. The possible anticipation of some rain later on.
Well, it's certainly looking pretty exciting out there, as we can see Kenta Yamashita getting himself ready to get into that car that leads the race. Helmet on, so they're clearly going to do
LTA와 에네오스 배터리 펼치고 있습니다.
Kenta Yamashita is going to go the long way, so it'll be interesting to see. But again, it comes back to the point you made earlier, Jamie, about how the rain and the safety car start has essentially equalized and neutralized what could have been a really intriguing tactical battle, because everybody essentially going for, safety and caution first in terms of pit stop strategies, not wanting to rock the boat too much, just knowing what works. It would have been fascinating to see what we would have got had the race started dry, and what it would have been had we had decent conditions, because I think there were 4 or 5 teams that could have done something quite creative.
Yeah, I mean, if you remember back to round 2 at this very track, which was a race that went completely caution-free, no full course yellows, no safety cars. It was sunny skies the whole way, and we saw cars come in around as early as lap 20 and some as late as lap 40. So there was a real variation in the pit there, Tepe Notori's got ahead of the Shade Racing Toyota, hasn't he? So this is a really good run. This is a proper championship-winning result, the kind of result that we've come to expect from this Kondo Racing squad, even when they're carrying so much ballast as they are with 90 kilos on board. Pacific Mercedes, I think, is a lap down, so ignore that. 7th place is the Shade Racing Toyota, and then it's the similarly heavy Muta Racing Inging Toyota. But yeah, going back to the strategy,
말이 없었네.
had offsets of almost 20 laps, but now we've just got a few laps of offset between the cars that stopped first and the last car into the pits, which was the number 3 Nissan. There's really not much you can do. You have to go over halfway through the race to be able to get home on one more pit stop.
We are 1/3 distance through this 4th race of the Autobags Super GT Series at Fuji. The 450 kilometers, 100 laps of the course, and we are seeing.
어씨, 멘트 못 치겠다.
The Subaru is trying to get itself back into a decent contention, trying to get close.
자, 일단 33렙입니다.
In front of it, in the hope that it can work its way back up through the points. Currently only in 10th position at the moment. In the GT300 category, the Subaru BLZ that started on the front row of the grid. If you've only just joined us, or you want a recap, well, you can have one. The Rookie Racing Toyota is your leader in GT500. The Good Smart Mercedes is the leader in GT300. They started from pole position. That's the only difference between the leaders in GT300 and GT500. And again, Tsutsumi resisting Takuto Iguchi in the Subaru there through turn 1, as Kotaka is absolutely on the move. I think he's just tried to make the bid for 7th position up the road in front of these guys. We're on board with Takuto Iguchi there briefly in the Subaru, as Yui Tsutsumi is going to cause him quite the headache until he can get through.
자, 이제 3분의 1이 완벽하게 지났고요.
We'll see the Pacific Mercedes there going
아, 진짜
Lexus. Don't forget the Subaru and the Toyota there are essentially based on the same road car platform. The BR.
아직 내가 초심자다 보니까 자, 무타와 스바루와의 격차가 있고
You can tell from
격차가 좀 배틀이 있죠.
ratios they are slightly different.
무타가
A little bit more, having a little bit more of a low, aggressive looking nose compared to the GR86, but they are built completely independently. The GR86 is built by APR, the Subaru is built by the R&D team that has run the work Subaru operation for many years now. So even though
자, 이제 트래픽이 걸렸기 때문에
under the skin, of course, one with a big booming V8 engine, the Toyota, and one with a little screaming 4-pot turbo inline 4, that's the Subaru. So despite the outward similarities, they are two completely different cars, and it's the 90 kilos on board on the Toyota that's got the edge at the moment compared to the super light Subaru.
And fair play to the BMW crew. They've managed to work themselves into the top 6 of GT300 very nicely indeed. We've got a few cars peeling into the pits, so there is some pit lane activity. Trying to see who it is that's decided to come in. It looks like the Nils Racing machine that has come in.
Yeah.
35렙.
Leader, the gentleman driver, presumably going to hand over to his teammate Takumi Sanada for the rest of the race. They're actually down a driver because Yuki Tanaka, who is the other full season driver, Sanada is the 3rd driver, not feeling well, was withdrawn from the race ahead of time, and so that's Ida handing over to Sanada, and there's a lap now being put on the 23 Nissan, which of course served that penalty. That's why it's at the back. But the number 23 Nissan, it doesn't look like the Michelin cars in the dry have astonishingly good pace. The number 3 car of Chio was coming under pressure from Bertrand Baguette in the Impul Nissan, but now is holding steady in 4th. He's kind of in no man's land, isn't he, between not really making too much an impression on the Supra ahead, the Denso car. Seems
자, 격차 조금 벌어진 것 같죠? LA5랑 ARTA랑.
to hit their fuel numbers now.
어.
I don't think anyone can really make a huge break for it. Now they've settled into this second stint, they've all got to make sure they get to lap 54, lap 50.
잠시만요. 하치치예요? 244호차 하치치 GR 스프라에 대지 이거 연기가 나오고 있습니다. 이건 SC 나가겠죠. 엔진 블루 같습니다. 네, SC 나옵니다. SC 나왔습니다.
Okay, so thank goodness Kimiya Sato is okay. The pit lane closes, so this is going to absolutely send a shockwave through this race.
자, 볼거리 나왔습니다.
Didn't have any cars just in the pits other than the Nils Nissan, which is there in the foreground of your picture, just going through there. But I don't think they're really in contention. I don't think this is going to mix up the order too much. It just means it just brings everybody back together, doesn't it? So Oshima losing that 3-second cushion he had over Niro Fukuzumi, and likewise in the GT300 class for Kataoka in the Good Smile Mercedes.
So look how quickly this happens. Ready? Bang. It
아, 그냥 바로 그냥
and he suddenly realizes, okay, this is really quite bad. This is really quite bad quickly. And it just suddenly ignites.
그냥 바로 접어가 돼버리네요. 와.
Near a gap in the fence there from Kimi Sato. And actually, I'm almost surprised. I know there's obviously thick smoke coming from that car, but I'm almost surprised they didn't cover that with a full course yellow, because it's not in a position. It's not in a very dangerous position. Of course, it needs to be moved out of the way, but it's not right on the exit of a corner or something, and it is very close to a gap in the fence. I think they're going to be able to retrieve that quite quickly. We're going to have to go through all the rigmarole of the classes being separated.
Ooh, now we've got flame.
And the restart.
불이 나오는데.
Now, this is a
I'm a little bit
char-grilled
surprised,
Hachiichi Supra coming up, isn't it? Well, the marshals are there doing the best job they can to get it out, but well, if you wanted an order of a Hachiichi Supra grilled and flambéed, you're definitely about to get one. This is not good for the team, and this is obviously going to be a lot of hard work getting ready for the second half of the season to prepare that car again for race trips. So very unfortunate for the Hachiichi Supra car, as their pride and joy has a little bit of a flame burn.
So it's going to be several laps before we get back underway. This is actually good news
아,
for the teams. Is that a bit of evidence towards the number 244, I wonder, or is that a legacy of another piece of contact? That's the final.
It is well, yeah, I mean, scientifically speaking, it is off the final corner. Oh,
here we go,
yes,
yeah.
it is.
떨어졌었네요.
Good spot, Jamie.
Yeah, well, it just seemed like too much of a coincidence, really, didn't it? So,
Oh.
the 36 car almost running it right over, but whatever component that is, I'm actually not entirely sure what component that would have been falling off the car that could have triggered that little flame ball we saw there.
I mean, it almost looks like a piece of exhaust, doesn't it?
That was my first thought, but would the car really just go up in smoke without the bit of exhaust on the end of it?
That's true, yeah.
But anyway, I was just going to say that this is really going to help all the drivers make
자, 이러면 이야기 달라지죠.
much more comfortable, and it might allow them to actually push on a little bit more for making the second pit stops.
자, 일단 하이라이트입니다.
Replay of the race so far, isn't it?
So we started in wet conditions here, and it was all looking pretty rosy for Nissan at the start for Kondo, but then, of course, it was Katsumasa Chiyo who did his homework on the opening lap. He managed to work his way through not just one, but both the ARTA Mugens at the start. We had that stage of the race in wet conditions between the Nissan, the Subaru, and the Good Smile Mercedes. They gave us plenty of excitement through the first couple of laps of racing. And then it wasn't too long before the Nissan hit the front. The Subaru had managed to get through to take the lead, and then the Nissan did likewise. So there were a lot of swaps for position in GT300 in those opening couple of tours. And then Katsumasa Chiyo managed to catch and pass the Kondo Nissan. And ever since then, it was looking pretty rosy for the Nissan with Michelin-shod tyres. But then Good Smile Mercedes slowly started to bring it back to normal again as the track dried out fairly rapidly. So by the time we got to lap 10, we had the semblance of normality and normal service resumed. The J-Lock Hurricane Lamborghini was very much a factor in that early phase of the drying track as well. That got them into second position where they currently lie. So Motojima has done a fabulous job to put that J-Lock Hurricane into a good position. But in GT500, we've had some great battles, predominantly for the man who is bowing out, Yuji Tachikawa, dueling away with Izawa and showcasing that he still has what it takes in a fair fight. Great to see him do so. We also saw Bertrand Baguet having this brilliant run on first Uki Sasahara and then Toshikyoryu in one fell swoop, getting past both Hondas in the same breath. Very nicely handled. Both the Honda and the Toyota, getting past both of them. Nino Fukuzumi, however, took over the lead of the race after the pit stop phase, and that is where the number 16 currently lies in second position, because Kazuya Oshima was able to catch and then reel in the ARTA Honda and displace them. They are still in second place, but then we've had this fire for the Hachiichi Supra. Fortunately, Kamiya Sato out of the car and okay, but that is what's triggered the safety car, which is where we're up to. So you're all caught up.
I was just taking the opportunity while we've got the safety car just to look at the pit stop times. Of course, that was the real differentiating factor in the opening stint. The K-Tunes Lexus still running there, so even though it's 4 laps down, it's still in the race. So whatever problem it had earlier has not proven terminal, it seems. But just looking at the pit stop times and basically the amount of time every car spent stationary in the pits, 1 minute 26 first sector for the number 16 ARTX Honda. If you look at the number 14 Toyota, 1 minute 14, so 12 seconds faster the pits. So that's how they made so much progress. The number 19 Denso Toyota was 7 seconds faster. Seems the majority were in the sort of 125, 126 region, but somehow the 14, whether they just short filled it or that
38바퀴
on the
SC 상태입니다.
fuel mileage or the possibility of more rain coming later, which means it's not important about the fuel mileage. I'm really intrigued to see how that's going to work, because that's a huge chunk of time to gain. That's how they went from being outside the top 10 to being second when the pit stop sequence shook out. And Kenta Yamashita's obviously got to take over that car at some stage. He's all suited and booted. In fact, he has been for some time, hasn't he? So what are Rookie Racing going to do? Do they have the fuel in that car to go to the end of one more stop, or have they got something else in mind? This is really intriguing for me.
And how has the safety car period that we're currently involved in played into that? Have they got to go back to the drawing board and try something else? Because, of course, the pit lane is closed. If they were hoping to get Yamashita into the car in the previous 3 laps or so, just beyond a third's distance, they obviously can't do that now because the pit lane is closed under safety car. So that's obviously going to make things particularly interesting. Now, what's also worth pointing out is that under the safety car period, we've also got to separate out the GT300s and the GT500s. So at some point when we are preparing to go racing again, right now, in fact, there you go. If you've never seen this process before, this is unique to the world of Super GT. But you get the Super GT 500 cars, they come onto the inside line, nearest the pit wall, they line up in formation, then the GT 300s go to the right side of your picture, the left side of the circuit as the driver sees it. They get separated out, GT 500s wait, the GT 300s drive through, and then they will queue up at the back of the queue, and then the GT 500s and GT 300s are left to race to their own class. It's a very unique form of safety car period, and I have to say, I adore it. It really does make for great motorsport.
What we're seeing there is the lapped GT300 cars being let through. So that was the Nobot Audi and the Hoppy Supra, which are both a lap down. So they're being released. So they'll go all the way around to join the back of the queue on the next tour. So these are the leaders, of course, the Good Smile Mercedes, the J-Lock Lamborghini. So now you'll see the Good Smile car held up, and now they have the leader of GT300. Now they release the 500. So that's Kazuya Oshima getting away. There is the 23 car there that's lapped, but because he's behind the class leader, then he can't get his pass by. So it's a system we've seen adopted in the WEC, isn't it, this season? And at Le Mans, if you're ahead of the leader in class on the track, then you can go round, get your lap back. If you're behind the leader, then tough luck, Sonny Jim, you're stuck a lap down.
I've always loved this system. I think it really does make for fabulous racing. It definitely makes for good restarts in a race as long as this one, when you've got so many variables. You've got so many differences in terms of how long can you make the tyres go in one stint, how far can you stretch the fuel strategy, and then you've got that added dynamic of having your rivals hot on your tail again off the restart, not delayed by traffic. It really does
39번째 랩으로 접어듭니다.
adds to the thrill of the restart.
Yeah, the only downside is, of course, it takes many laps to actually sort out. You know, we had the safety car up to 36, now we're on lap 39, so we've lost 3 laps of racing. We'll probably lose another couple. And, you know, the 244 has been out of harm's way for a while, so that's why I said earlier I was a little bit surprised they didn't use a full course yellow, but maybe just a case of long racing. If you see a car on fire, then it's better to take the safe option and just trigger the full safety car. If it had just been a car stopped with no flame, I strongly suspect it would have been the full course yellow being used, which we have seen. You know, it's been in use now for 2 years since it was introduced, and you know, it does get used quite frequently. We've seen it many times, including this season, but this time it's the full safety car procedure. And until 2 years ago, this was the only course they had. There was no full course yellow. It was you know, just local yellow or do the full safety car procedure. Now they have a few more options, but well, one more option in the form of the full course yellow, which I think is good because it means we don't have to, you know, almost pause the whole race, you know, multiple times in a race when, you know, something needs to be cleared. It's just gives the organisers a bit more flexibility in that regard.
Yeah, it gives them a bit more leeway to make a positive decision and a sensible one. I think if you rush into these decisions, you end up making the wrong one anyway. The Enios Supra leads the way on lap 40 out of 100, 450 kilometers.
자, 40랩으로 접어듭니다.
Super GT Series 2023 at Fuji Speedway. And they are now just a couple of seconds in front of the ARTA NSX. They will be on the restart, but they have got that cushion of having Sugio Matsuda in the opening round winning Nissan that is now down in dead last in GT500 and a lap down.
자, 40랩에서 26도, 32도.
Racing team, but considering how much faster they were in the pit stops, 12 seconds quicker than their nearest opponents, the ARTA. Yes, the safety car helps, but I don't think it saves them if there is more to that pit stop than meets the eye. I mean, 12 seconds faster for a pit stop. There's definitely some kind of interesting tactic going on there.
Yeah, it does make me think that they are expecting more rain later in the race. Of course, you know, look at those clouds overhead. That's certainly not a possibility with 60 laps still to go. We've just a little over an hour since we started, aren't we? So we've probably still got another at least an hour and a half, if not a little bit longer, depending on safety car periods, etc., of racing ahead of us. So that's going to be a really interesting one. But if they have short field, then of course this safety car, which is going to be in this lap by the way, will of course help them. So that's 4 laps of not pushing to save the fuel. Oshima's probably going to be going as slowly as possible just to eke out every last drop that might help, but he has to get to about lap 54, lap 55.
피트 윈도우는 열렸고, SC 인디스랩.
This isn't over, kids. We are getting ourselves into a very exciting phase of the
일단 SC 인디스랩이기 때문에.
Oshima wanting to get a really solid restart here in front of
자, 레이스 재개됩니다.
behind him. He's the car directly behind that, and that's a very nasty moment for Yuji Tachikawa. Yuji Tachikawa almost cannoning into the back of Toshiki Oyu. So that was a very scary moment there for the man who's about to bow out of the sport. Meanwhile, Kazuya Oshima.
자, 다시 한 번 더 레이스 재개가 됩니다. 레이스 들어가서 레이스 재개. 41렙에서 레이스 재개됩니다.
Fourth race of the season once again, and still these drivers weaving from side to side down the straight, trying to generate a bit more tire temperature, but they've got that heavy braking to come into the first corner, and Sugio Matsuda wants to unlap himself by the look of it in behind Kazuya Oshima. Wants to get himself back up to the lead lap if he can, but now we're going to get a great battle for second. Yui Sekiguchi has got Katsumasa Chiyo all over the back of him in the Nissan, so Katsumasa Chiyo trying to make the move stick. Meanwhile, further back, you've got the J-Lock Hurricane under threat from the Nissan of Keishi Ishikawa into turn 1. And don't forget the Seiji Ara in the BMW. That's all evened out again as well. So Seiji Ara might want to have an opportunity to go for the top 3. But certainly...
자, 아침에 그 리드를 하지만 이거 계속 리드를 유지하고 있고요.
And they have tightened up obviously off the restart. But it's very close indeed for second place in GT500 as we have Yui Sekiguchi trying to get past Nure Fukuzumi, whereas at the same time Katsumasa Chiyo fancies his chances of the podium.
Yeah, it looked like Chio really benefiting from a quick warm-up for the Michelin tyre in Matsuda as well, to some extent, although of course he's got to be careful. He is going to try and launch a move on the leading rookie racing Toyota. He does not want to be responsible for any kind of contact, so he's really got to pick his moment carefully. But it looks like Chio, we usually see the Michelin tyres quick to warm up. That seems to be the case again. It's still fairly cool compared to the temperatures they would have been anticipating. So you get there is coming under a little bit of pressure from Ukyo Sasahara in the background in the blue Nissan. Now we've got the two Nissan GTRs in the 300 class, and they're both ahead of the BMW, aren't they? So Ricky Okusa and Tepe Natori, who were running 5th and 6th, are now running 4th and 5th.
They are indeed. So this is getting pretty spicy, and Tepe Natori fancies his chances to go for a Kusa. I mean, this would be amazing. Now we've got to change for second.
자, 덴소와 ART, 검은색 ART, 그리고 니테라까지 붙었습니다.
They are now P2. All the bad luck that they have sustained so far in the last 18 months. Now they look like they're on for a decent result as Nina Fukuzumi is not just losing out to Sekiguchi. He looks like he could even lose ground here to Chio.
Still getting away from Honda again. Yeah, they looked like in such a strong position after qualifying and even in the early stages of the race. And now
자, 함께 볼까요?
they're just not having the pace. Sekiguchi, of course, with the superior straight line speed and the slipstream and the super is generally the quicker in a straight line anyway. But Sekiguchi getting the move all the way around the outside. Fukuzumi maybe didn't defend that as aggressively as he could, or I don't know. It's just disappointing to see them slipping backwards again. We see still Natori with Okusa firmly in his sights in the battle for P4.
I mean, we have to take this into some context. Tepe Natori is in a car that has 90 kilos of ballast on board. And yet, here they are swarming around behind Ricky Okusa as if it's the first race of the season. Excellent work from the Realised Nissan team. They are doing such a fantastic job. And here comes the... Is that the Lexus just in behind them? Yes, it is. The LC500H car.
Yeah, Kotaka just dived at the inside of Shimizu at turn 10, got the move done. So that's another position gain for Lexus. This is a brilliant drive. Kotaka, and it comes at a good time because Tachikawa's retirement creates at least one space in the Toyota GT500 roster for next year. There could even be two, depending on what Ritomo Miyata does in terms of his WEC program next year. We assume that he will have one of some description because he's the new Toyota WEC Challenge driver. So there's definitely space in Toyota, and Kotaka is advertising himself to the Toyota bosses at the firm's home circuit here, doing a wonderful job to bring that Lexus up, challenging for a place in the top 5.
And that's a significant project, isn't it, the LC500H? This is really important to the squad and the brand, not just on the track, but also on the road. So it's quite important that they're showcasing it in quite the way that they are. So this is a brilliant opportunity, and he knows absolutely what it means for him potentially in terms of moving his way forward. So Kotaka looking very hungry behind Seijiara. Here he comes. Look how quick this car can be off the turn, and it's that long wheelbase.
자, 보너스 리얼라이트 스터디그룹 APR은 지금 최하위에서 스타트해가지고 지금 7등까지 올라왔단 말이에요. 자, 인사이드 올라옵니다. 코타카 가스터 6위로 올라오는 APR 시우백입니다.
75 kilos on board that W, which won last time out at Suzuka. So I don't think Ara is necessarily going to be thinking that he must stay ahead of Kotaka at all costs. I think, the Lexus is one of the lightest cars, running with 9 kilos on board that after a few disappointing results.
아, 뭐야, 랩 카운트 업데이트가 안 되네.
So you can't necessarily expect too much. Now Shimizu picks off Ara as well. So the Shade Racing Toyota is another one that's running with little success Palace. But look at the stage here coming back. He just squeezes through the BMW width gap that Shimizu left him. And the FI GT3 car
자, 일단은 쉐이드 GR86
certainly isn't ready to roll over and just let his
쉐이드가 한번 흔들어 봅니다. 하지만 스터디가 유리하죠.
A gap that only an M4 could fit through. And Seijiara deciding, right, well, that's that's how much you're going to lead me. That's how much I'm going to take. But here, back at the front, look at Yui Sekiguchi.
자, 세키구치 많이 따라왔어요. 지금 1, 2등.
Now he's putting Kazuyo Oshima under some pressure. Yui Sekiguchi can go for the lead here, and he knows it, and they've got confidence in that car to try.
We know how good Sekiguchi can be at this particular circuit when he's in the mood. We saw him obviously in the thick of the action last year at Fuji, where that accident happened for Mitsunori Takaboshi. We saw him in Super Formula last year. Should have won at this track until his wheel came off. Of course, he won the championship alongside Shotsuboy at this track in 2021 when he was still driving for Toms. His last race for Toms, in fact.
확실하게
Great record.
덴소가 빨라요.
Definitely an opportunity for the Toyota squad to get another victory before we head to circuits that are maybe a little bit less well suited for the Supra. And Sekiguchi sends the opportunity. I think he's just one of those drivers that you can kind of lose interest. He's kind of the Kimi Raikkonen of the Japanese racing world, I would say. He has a habit of losing interest when things are not going his way, but when things are going his way, he is a match for anybody else in this field.
And considering, of course, that the championship leaders at this phase of the season only have 36 points, this is absolutely the start of a game on for the title fight. If you can get a win at this stage of the season, when you go into the second half of the year, very motivated and very dialed in, and now knowing exactly what you've got underneath you in terms of decent pace in your car under set circumstances. So the Supras battling away on home turf. How gloomy and doomy were we about Toyota's chances yesterday after qualifying? But they've got no hope, and didn't we? We kind of said, well, Toyota are nowhere really, and now they suddenly have plenty of. And here is the chance again from Kotaka.
자, 코타카 카츠토와 나토리 테페의 배틀.
Surely that realization
자, 최하위에서
holds on in the
올라왔던 코타카 카츠토.
beautiful move of his lined up. Well, he's having to go the long way round because that's where Tepe is sending him. But superior straight line speed in the LC500H. Surely they're going to beat Natori to the braking zone. Natori trying every trick in the book. Tiny bit of grass.
코타카 카츠토 LPR. 어디까지 올라갑니다.
I almost say a little bit risky from Natori, considering that he's in for the championship. The LC500H is not really in the championship fight at this stage. So Tori really.
야, 대단하네요.
I was just thinking, though, it's great to see all these young guns now in GT300, and of course we still have the veterans like Tatsuya Katoka who's leading this race, but to see guys like Kotaka, Natori, Orkusa doing a brilliant job, Shimizu as well. We've not seen too much of him since he made his debut for Shade Racing last year, but he's been having a good run as well in the Shade Racing Toyota. So it's great to see some of these youngsters making a name for themselves in GT300 and showing the veterans how it can be done at times.
54 laps.
46바퀴.
Tight indeed for the drivers up front. They come off the turn.
54바퀴 남아있는 상태. 자, 에레오스와 덴소의 배틀이 계속해서 이어지고 있습니다.
Oshima, who hangs very close to the pit lane. Is he coming in?
아, 들어왔어요. 에레오스 들어왔어요. 자, 자리 바뀝니다. 리드 체인지.
He's going to get those
덴소가 리드합니다.
to the end of the race from there. So, wow, this is. I was really expecting him to try and hang on further, but considering how little time they spent in the pits, the first stops, this kind of makes sense. You can't go that far on a tank of fuel in GT500. So, more slick tyres ready to go on that 14 Toyota, and I think the only way they're going to pull this back is if there's more rain in the latter half of this race.
Well, Yui Sekiguchi and the Saab Supra have been essentially gift wrapped the lead of this race by the rookie racing team. Yes, they had to take a gamble, having been last on the opening lap essentially, but the gamble obviously was always going to be a bit of a tricky one. They've certainly led the race, but I don't know.
자, 야마시로 바뀌면 40초 대.
The other thing to consider is if they are expecting rain, and there's always the possibility the race might not go the full distance, or there's a long stretch under safety car where they can save a lot of fuel. So maybe there's an element of gambling there. I mean, we've got to remember they started well down the order. They were basically last on the first lap. I think they were last, in fact. So for them to try something different, I mean, now Sekiguchi, of course, was also quite short in the pits as well. Is he coming in this lap?
He is.
아, 들어왔어요. 덴소도 들어왔어요.
Toyotas then. This is how they've obviously got up.
오, 48바퀴 랩에서 이제 두 번째 핏스탑.
Themselves up to the front. Either that or it's a very decisive PR exercise for Toyota to have them run at the front for a brief period on their home turf, just to show everybody, no, we can lead races, we are still a factor. But this definitely hands things back to the Honda-Nissan battle.
자, 50바퀴 정도 남아있는 상태에서
With spent 12 seconds more than the 14 car, 7 seconds more than the 19 car in the pits. But the one also to look out for is the number 8 of Oyu. He actually spent 7 seconds longer even than for Kazumi. So we were talking earlier about Oyu and his collarbone. Well, he seems to have taken
자,
full tank for his first stop.
타이어를 두 짝만 바꿉니다. 일단은 두 짝만 바꿔서 49.1초. 괜찮죠?
Of course, he could well be doing both. That's the thing about racing at this level. He could well be in both states at the moment. Out in front, it is now Nilai Fukuzumi in the ARTA. Looks like the Inging car is coming into the pits, by the way. The joint championship leaders in GT300. So as Yusa Kikuchi gets out of the pits, are they going to be in front or behind? And that's obviously going to be a very key factor.
어느 쪽을 앞으로 나올까요?
Not only just, but there's going to be traffic for both cars to deal with.
자, 트래픽이 많이 나와 있네요.
As motivated and as dialed in as Yuji Kunamoto, as Kensei Mashita is set to be, and you're aware of the fact that Yuichi Nakayama is now in that car, fresh as a daisy, hoping to put a lot of pressure on you, then stay alert, because this could get very interesting.
Looks like Chio is making a little bit of progress in what is now the battle for the lead, isn't it, between Kazumi and Chio. The gap's kind of hovered around the 6, 7, 8 tenths mark over the last few laps. Of course, the ebb and flow of the traffic is going to have an impact on that, but who's going to have the longevity on the tyres? Bridgestones for the number 8 ARTA Honda. Michelin's, of course, we saw them so strong early on in the wet conditions. Who has got the tyres for these dry conditions? And now the number one import, Nissan, up to third place. Baguette just stuck a little bit there behind the LM Corsa Super, and that's brought Toshiki Oyu back into play.
And this is exactly the kind of battle that can give Toshiki Oyu a little bit more of a motivation. Yes, he may be having some discomfort, but you put that to the back of your mind when you've got a car in front of you to battle with. You put it all to one side and you dig deep and you find something else to spur you on. And the opportunity to go for Bertrand Baguette in the traffic will absolutely be motivating Toshiki Oyu to try and bring that number 8 ARTA back into third position. They get past the Le Mans Audi, no problem at all to get through there. We've also got to bear in mind we've got that terrific 5th position battle further behind these guys. Ukya Sasahara in the Deloitte TGR. Yuji Tachigawa is there in P6. Tadasuke Makino is there in the Kunimitsu Honda as well. And they're all together by about 3 seconds or so. So there's still a lot to unpick as we go to the half-distance lap in this 450-kilometer race. Chio desperately trying not to lose too much ground in the traffic, got a little bit held up.
자, 이제 50바퀴. 그래서 지금 베르탄 바게트와 ARTA 어유가 살짝 건드렸죠. 올라왔나요? 올라왔어요. 오유 도시키. 오, 오유 도시키 좋아요.
Look at Ukyo Sasahara now. He spots an opportunity in the battle for P4. He's going to launch it up the inside here, and Sasahara has got the number 37 Tom's Toyota up to 4th place. Yes, he has. Baguette looks like he's on the back foot now. Sasahara there, great opportunistic piece of driving there to take advantage of Baguette being kind of knocked off balance a little bit. Barney Oyu's aggressive move there. It looked like it was just going to give himself the space, and that was a really very clever piece of driving.
Well, Toshiki Oyu was desperately trying not to get impeded by the Lamborghini, saw that there was a chance of it happening, and just dived across. Unfortunately, Bertrand Baguette wasn't far enough alongside as he thought he was, as into the pits, by the way, comes Yoshiaki.
자, 51바퀴째 들어갔고요.
Squirts its way through. Look how dark it's getting. It's getting very dark very quickly here at Fuji. I have a feeling that the more rain prediction.
근데 살짝 좀 어두워지고 있죠. 먹구름이 좀 몰려있는 건가요? 그간 비가 올 수 있다는 거고. 3, 4, 5, 6 싸움. ART, 델로이트, 마레리, 제츠.
Fuji in the Supra is all over the back of Bertrand Baguette as he tries to part his way past the Muta Inging Lexus, and there too in the battle is Tatsuki Makino. It's all starting to get pretty heated now in Super GT as we go into the second half of this race. Oyu in third, Sasahara in fourth, Baguette now down to fifth position in front of Tachikawa, and now a dive up the inside from Matsushita, trying to work his way forward. That hasn't worked out in his favor. I thought he was trying to get the move done there on Daiki Sasaki in the Kondo, and it's backfired. He has not been able to make that one stick. Check out how close it is. The ARTA and Deloitte cars are up in front, but then we've got the Morelli Nissan, the Zent Supra, and the Stanley Honda, the Kunomitsu car, number 100. They're in 7th position.
자, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7위. ART, 델로이트, 마레리, 제트, 스탠리까지 3, 4, 5, 6, 7위의 중위권 싸움.
I just want to mention something about the 17 as we see Tachicawa in the slipstream of Baguette, but I'm not sure he's going to quite be close enough to go for a move at turn 1, or is he? Veteran trying to line up the move on the Nissan, but no, he's too far back, I think, to make the move. But going back to the real racing Honda, now Matsushita, we saw him pit twice in the space of 3 laps. The first pit stop was only 55 seconds in the first sector, which is about 30 seconds.
리얼라이즈의
The ART Honda, as we see Tepe Natori coming in the Realize Nissan to hand over
GT 300.
Oliveira. Now,
JB도 올리베라가 나온 것 같죠?
for the 17 Real Racing Honda, it means either there was a problem and they couldn't get the fuel in, or they decided to just get the 2 mandatory refueling stops out of the way and give themselves the maximum flexibility for the rest of the race, even though they knew they would lose position. Maybe they thought that the possibility of the safety car was high enough. So it's one or the other. It's either they actually had a problem
잠시만요.
getting the fuel in, or they just took a bit of a calculated risk. I'll be really interested to know which of those two it is.
Pit stops in GT300. We have the number 30 car in the pits. That's Manabu Orido in the APR. And we've also got Shunsuke Kono in the LM Corsa, as well as, of course, the 56 car, the Realize Nissan of now Gianpaolo Lima d'Oliveira getting out onto the circuit. Look how dark the main straight has
메인 스트레이트 말이 지금 어두워지고 있네요.
The rain could
비가 올 수 있다라는 그런 느낌이 좀 없지 않아 있습니다.
brighten sun. It was
불안하네요.
on the main straight about 4 laps ago. Now it has suddenly got very dark, very ominous, and Gianpaolo Lima d'Oliveira is actually going to come in right into the path of this squabble for positions as we see Daiki Sasaki trying to get the move there on Tatsuki Makino for 7th position. Honda versus Nissan again, and Daiki Sasaki in the Kondo desperately trying to work his way forward, and they've got the realized Nissan in front.
닛산이 나왔나요? 일단은 볼까. 현재 지금 스탠리가 앞에 나왔고
The realized Nissan, goodness me, you really had to take a deep breath through that phase of the course. Daiki Sasaki hanging on in front of the Nobuhara Matsushita by a thread, and somehow still in contention behind the Stanley NSX car of Tatsuki
자, 스탠리 들어왔습니다.
tough to keep touch with.
53번째 바퀴.
Actually, if it does rain again, as we see the number 7 BMWs in the pits, if it does rain again, that's a real disaster for the cars that already came in, because essentially everybody has to make one more stop, because we're just getting into that window now where the GT500s can make it to the end of the race on one more stop. Probably lap 54 to 55 is going to be okay, especially if there's a safety.
야, 비가 오다 말다 참.
So if they all have to make only one more stop, then that would not work out well at all for the 14 and 39 Toyotas that came in earlier.
Well, the rain has got to happen in the next 2 or 3 laps for the teams to really get the benefit from it. I tell you, one team that's definitely umming and ahhing and getting quite sweaty about this is the number 8 crew, Toshiki Oyu. They're at lap 54. This is about as far as he would have wanted to push it in the worst case scenario. If they come in and hand over to Tomoka Najiri and then it rains, that would just be the worst possible timing in history.
Exactly, everybody's got to be careful now as we see the J-Lock Lamborghini, which was second in G300, APR Lexus. So Kazuto Kotaka is going to get out of the car.
자, 일단은 피트스탑 합니다. 슬릭으로 나옵니다, 다들.
Gure now taking over the locked Lambo, the Evo 2 spec car. Yuya Motojima's done a brilliant job there to keep that car well in contention. The Shade Racing Toyota also pit road, but this is touch and go now. Can they get an advantage on the good small Mercedes, or are they going to regret coming in too early if it does start to rain now, because it obviously affects the GT300s as well as the GT500s.
Every single driver out on the circuit that hasn't made their second stop right now is praying for rain at this point. Come on, rain now. At least now we can make the decision and we can gain an advantage on those guys that have gone back out on fresh slicks. But everybody else is just hoping it stays dry. This is a really tricky situation, and those clouds do not look like they're going to do anybody any favors today.
잠시 후로 차 또 나옵니다.
Minemoto is on board the number 31 Lexus, so the third driver saw Koki Saga in the pits, and this is the battle for third place. Sasahara is up the inside of Toshiki Oyu, his old teammate, the two Mugen teammates from last year, have swapped positions, and Sasahara
55번째 랩.
This is a great run from the Deloitte Tom Super there.
Yeah, they've done a brilliant job, and Ukia Sasahara, who was part of the Honda Loyal, of course, last year, he's really salvaged something coming over to Toyota for 2023, and he's been able to showcase what he can do. The Shade car comes out ahead of the LC500H, the APR Lexus, so that's definitely stayed as it was, but obviously there is now going to be a very interesting duel between those two on the exit. And into the pits comes the Subaru. So
스바루도 피트인 했습니다.
hand that car over to Hideki Yamauchi. But the 2023 headline at Subaru is, why are they so far off the pace compared to last year? It's not like there's been a massive upgrade or overhaul of the GT300 category or anything. The Subaru was always the best all-rounder of the GT300s, but this year they just find themselves finding no pace nowhere.
스바루가 사실 이번 시즌에 좀 많이 고전하고 있어요. 솔직히 말하자면 지난 경기는 성적이 좀 안 좋았죠. 지난 시즌에 비하면 현재 지금 GT500에서는 지금 마렐리 정도가 이제 피트를 했고 마렐리 피트했습니다. 56바퀴. 자,
Looks like Seramo also in the pits there. So Tachikawa's going to get out of the car for the final time at Fuji Speedway to hand over to Ishiura for the run to the checkered flag. But yeah, going back to Subaru, all the JAF GT300 cars are heavier than they were last year. The Subaru as well has been given less boost as part of the BOP process. And we've also got the Stanley Honda in the pit too. So Makino making way for Naoki Yamamoto in that car. So I think the Subaru is just struggling. It's obviously a much less raceable car with those BOP changes, and it just seems if anything knocks them off their stride, whether it's tyres, whether it's just being beaten up in a fight for position, just don't seem to be in a position to fight back at the moment, and it's a real shame to see them struggling.
Well, we saw Yuji Tachikawa getting out of the Zensuromu Supra. It's the end of an era. He finishes his final.
아, 제츠 이슈라로 바뀌었습니다. 마지막 우지 스틴트를
Naoki Yamamoto
마무리했습니다.
the 100 Stanley NSX car, and have they beaten the Zen Supra? They have. They've gone nearly 5 seconds faster in the pits, and they have managed to.
잠깐만요. 제츠보다 지금 스바루 빨리 나왔어요. 엄청 빨리 나왔어요. 5초 빨랐어요.
That will be interesting to see all the pit stop times for the second round of stops when everything shakes out. But you can see there, of course, the amount of time you spent on pit lane first time round. Now did Ishira stall it?
어라?
Well, there was something wrong with the rear wheel by the look of it.
Is the wheel not tightened? I wonder.
Because the
위에 윌러 잠깐만요. 위에 윌리
Case.
well, the guy at the back of the pit stop was chasing after the car as it left the pits, and now that
Shooting
is.
off past a little bit too easily. I think that
Oh
must be a problem.
no! Don't tell me that there's a problem with that car. There is a problem.
아, 제트 너무 빨라요.
The fairy tale is not going to happen by the look of it.
아, 너무 빨리 나왔어요.
Really, since they changed to the GR Supra.
아, 휠렛을 다 안 잠고 같은데, 설마?
If it is the end of the road, Issue is still going at a fairly good pace. Hondo and NDP in the pits now, as well as Nakajima Racing in the background there. So more 100 stops is crucial. The amount of time that every car spent stationary in the first round of pit stops will influence how long they have to spend stationary at the second stop. So cars that stopped, that had short stops before, have long stops, and then vice versa. So that's going to have a real impact as we see the 14 rookie racing car coming through, and the Denso.
자, 57바퀴인데
Nakayama's really fallen back, hasn't he, from Kenti Yamashita? Kenti Yamashita's pulled out a nice gap, and Chio coming out behind the pair of them. So that's the order of the cars that have stopped for the second time.
아, 8바퀴네요.
Team car is in third time. Of course, they weren't able to get to the end of the race on the fuel window, and there is the 16 with Hiroki Otsu taking over from Neo Fukuzumi.
So can they keep this car going to the victory? It's been touch and go for them, hasn't it? They've had their moments up in the top three all race long, but then they were taken on by the Toyota pairing and overtaken. Then it turned out that the Toyotas had actually fueled quite short and came in earlier than anybody else had managed. So this is the trick for the ARTA Mugen team. They've just not got to be led down a route of a false sense of security. They've just got to rely on their strategy. They've just got to remember what it is that they're doing and how they're doing it. As in comes the good smart Mercedes from what is, of course, the lead of GT300. They've just got to focus on their own objectives. They can't really worry about what other teams are doing. They've just got to go, look, we know that this strategy can take us to the end of the race. We know we've got a fast car underneath us. We're not going to be dragged into a false sense of security here. We're going to make this work.
Yeah, we're in the number 8 Honda that was on pit road for a long time. First round of stops and having second stop. That should jump them ahead of some of their rivals.
And again, Toshiki Oyu, this is now lap 59. So Toshiki Oyu has gone way further into the race than they would have liked, and certainly we were expecting. So a big moment then for Toshiki Oyu as he continues to bring this car back. Now, interestingly, Hiraki Yashoda has not brought the Zent Supra back into the pits again. So it did seem like they had a bit of a slow out lap, but they've certainly not brought it into the pits to retire or anything like that. As Toshiki Oyu is now in the pits and will hand the car over to Tomoka Najiri. But yeah, the Zent Supra that we thought had problems, they've stayed out. They've not come back into the pits to fix anything. So I'm not entirely sure what was going on at the end of their pit stop, but certainly it was pretty dramatic in appearance. Check this out in terms of the GT300.
Well, good smart car.
Good smart car going overshooting at the first corner. Have we got rain? Have we got rain down on the circuit? Is that why they've
비 오는 것 같은데요, 지금. 아, 비 오네요, 진짜.
Taking over from Kataoka. Look at the Ponos car. Ponos is up to P2. That's the number 10 gain in Nissan. Is up to P2.
야, 얼마 안 남았어. 60% 가까이 왔는데.
Still a handful of cars that have not come in, so they're only officially 4th and 5th, but that is the battle for the lead. It's Hironobu Yasuda now at the wheel of the number 10 car. The 65 Leon machine is leading, but of course that's the car that will have to retire because now Yagama is not well enough to race. So Shinohara at some point will be just pulling into the pits to retire. But this is the real battle now. So the J-Lock squad has lost out. The number 10 of Hironobu Yasuda now up to a net second in 300 with the Lamborghini now with Kogure at the wheel down to third.
This is a fascinating battle in GT300, and it's only just getting started really on lap 60 out of 100. Yasuda in the Ponos car, definitely going to try and close in on number 10.
자, 격차가 많이 따라잡았죠. 보너스와의 하츠네 미쿠. 60렙입니다.
And you've got that threat of rain. This is when Nissan really seems to have a good car underneath them, when it's not quite bone dry and sunny, but it's also not yet in the phase of getting to the wet part of the race. It's still variable, and this is where the Nissan really seems to come strong.
Yeah, it's just a very stable platform. It looks after its tyres. It's good in a straight line. It's quite raceable, and it's it may not be the outright quickest over a single lap most of the time. In fact, it rarely is. I've seen a Nissan on pole in GT300 for quite some time, but over a race distance, it's the consistency that matters. And even on Yokohama tyres, Dunlop tyres, any tyre seems to work well for that car. Now the 37 machine, so that's Giuliano Lacey will be taking over. What can he do? Lacey under huge pressure after losing his Super Formula drive to the very driver that just stepped out of that machine, Yuko Sasahara. So Lacey has got a lot of pressure on his shoulders. He needs to try and get on the podium. He's slotted in between the rookie and
60바퀴 이제 에리오선 리드를 하고 있고 덴소, 델로이트, 니테라, ARTA, 주대, 세네, 아스테보, 리얼레이즈, 젠츠, 마렐리, AU, 웨트, 모듈로 모출입니다.
Position. That's an amazing gain from Sasahara and Alesi, isn't it? As there is Takaboshi in P4. So all of a sudden, we've got Toyotas in first, second, and third. Can we just
토요타 1, 2, 3인
Fuji Speedway?
상태가 되겠습니다.
We're not entirely sure how far the Ineos and Denso supercars can go long term into this race, but this has an amazing fairy tale about it potentially for Toyota on home turf. If there is going to be rain, if there is going to be another safety car,
야,
potentially Toyota may have pulled a fast one here. They are first, second, and third. But is this going to be a winning strategy, or is this a massive roll of the
걱정이 되는 게 제가 7시에 대회가 다른 대회 중계가 있는데
safety car full course
모르겠네요. 중계 다 할 수 있을지.
unless there's more than one of them, or preferably rain, because that would obviously freeze the order and it would mean that everybody has to stop again. Cars from third on downwards, so this is almost the net lead now as we see Lacey coming under pressure.
자, 61바퀴.
Takaboshi, this is almost the battle for the net lead if it stays dry, if there's no safety car, if the top two run out of fuel before the end of the race.
That's the heck of a lot of ifs, isn't it? And Takaboshi all over the back of Giuliano Alesi, goes past the Subaru, gonna try and take on the Deloitte Supra. But Takaboshi definitely looking like he's got a car that can win this race. If he hustles the Supras and pushes them far enough, he can certainly take on Giuliano Alesi in a fair fight. And don't forget, this is the car that ended up at nearly 150 miles an hour into the pit straight wall on the left side of the course with a huge accident last year. What a renaissance and vengeance for what happened a year ago this would be for Chio and Takaboshi if they could come through and
자, 젤로이트 수프라와 니트라의 3, 4등 싸움. 수프라 1, 2, 3입니다.
Car that we thought was going to spend the least amount of time on pit road in this phase, well, they're still, they still haven't gained. They came in, were behind the 37 Toyota. They're still behind the 37 Toyota. Still behind the sister number 16 car. So it doesn't really appear they've gained very much. Actually, the car that's lost out there is the number one import machine, which is now way down in 11th. They were running in the top 5 just before the stops. So that's the car that's lost out. And the 38 to some extent as well with that rather slow outlap from Ishiura. But those are the two cars that have dropped down the order. The 8 hasn't really made any progress. Lacey just hanging on for now, isn't he? But these are such important laps for Lacey. He needs to
62바퀴. 아직까지 배틀 펼치고 있는 딜로이트와 니테라.
kill your pace. That's often been one of his problems over the last year and a half. He just needs to be patient to not make any rash moves. Just keep a wise head on his shoulders and try not to think of the sort of surrounding circumstances. Just focus on the job at hand. It's a track where he tends to be slightly closer to the pace than some of the others that he visited this season or in the past. So this is a big opportunity for him to cement his place within the Toms setup.
Yeah, as far as Giuliano Alesi is concerned, whatever's come before, forget it. Move on. Ancient history. This is where you build yourself your legacy in Japanese racing. You have an opportunity here.
채팅창으로 여러분들이랑 이야기 나누면 좋은데 채팅창도 없으니까
Very wise hand. He is going to be edging Giuliano Alesi. He'll still be thinking, oh, it's only Alesi. He won't give me that much of a problem. Giuliano has got to prove that he can be a problem to Takaboshi and that he can hold his weight up at the front end of the field and he can give the Tom Supra a fight for the victory. He's right in the firing line and he's doing a great job in the traffic here, actually. Giuliano Alesi, fair play to him in his first couple of laps out on the circuit. He's not put a wheel wrong so far. Kenta Yamashita out in first position in the rookie car. based on the fact that all of the crews have come through. Look, they look like they're getting ready again.
Yeah, well, they have to. So clearly, rookie. Maybe the threat of rain is receding now. The track does look a bit brighter, doesn't it? The dark clouds we had before looks a bit sunnier again. Maybe they've concluded that the rain is not going to come to their rescue. It will be a very short stop because they don't need very much fuel to get to the end of the race, but they do need some fuel. You know, they can't go from the point of the race when they stop to the end of the race. So if they've decided that the rain is not going to ride to their rescue, then they've got to make the stop at some point. So they've got to look at where they're going to come out in relation to their competitors. Maybe they can think about putting on a softer tyre.
Little bit of brake dust coming off Giuliano Alesi's car as he gets into the chicane there. Takaboshi putting him under big pressure. For third position, these two cars, Giuliano Alesi from France versus Mitsunori Takaboshi. Homegrown star in the number 3 Nitera Nissan. He's going all over the back of him. Looks this way, looks that way. Giuliano Alesi's got to be so careful here. He's got to be focused. He's got to be determined, but he doesn't need the pressure cooker to bubble over. He needs to just keep it nice and cool. Down the main straight though. The Nitera Nissan number 3.
자, 사바사이트는 아니지만 슬립을 슬립을 버텼나요? 아, 버틴 슬립을 일단 따라왔어요. 니테라가 한번 흔들어 봤습니다만 안 되나요? 안 되는 것 같죠, 니테라. 하지만 40도 슬립 붙어 봅니다. 타카보시 미치노리. 퍼시픽 앞에 있어요. 조심해야 돼요.
Nicely done, but Takaboshi is still there. It's going to be very tough indeed for Giuliano Alesi to keep this man behind. But this is exactly why Giuliano Alesi was hired. He knows how to get the most out of the car. He's just trying to keep it.
64바퀴째 계속해서 따라잡고 있는 듯한 모습의 니테라.
That's where he's going to have the best chance to stay in front. There's no for the moment.
The ARTA Hondas are closing in there all the while. I think Alesi is holding up Takaboshi. Takaboshi is probably getting frustrated. He's probably seen in his mirrors a glimpse of black and orange from the two ARTA Hondas kind of running astern, I think, in 5th and 6th places. Knows he needs to make the move on Alesi this lap. He needs to get the slipstream down the straight or have a look into the final corner of Alesi. Or I think Takaboshi had a think about
타카보시.
has got himself up quite close. Could this be an opportunity? A lot of G300 cars.
일단은 도망가죠. GT300은 바쁘게 잡아서. 자, 60렙 지점에서는 일단은 30, 26, 31도 상당히 좀 많이 떨어진 상태입니다.
Along the main part of the course. And Giuliano Alesi is just keeping it nice and tidy through the traffic, not really overworking the car, not really overdriving it, getting a little held up behind the Nissan at the worst point. Got to be careful on the exit, got to get through quickly. Dives to the left of him, that's fine, no problems at all. So he
Number
works
11.
his way through.
Number 11 is ahead of the Lambo, so the number 11 Nissan, the other gainer car we saw in the lead fight earlier on, that's cleared the Lambo. Just based on what we saw there, there's the black and orange Nissan, the number 10 car, then it's the red and silver number 11 machine, so somewhere along the line, the number 11, which now has Tomita on board, has got ahead of Kogure in the Lamborghini.
And that, of course, puts them into third position behind the sister car number 10. So it's the gainers in second and third ahead of the J-Lock Lamborghini, and they're all still trying to keep in touch with the Good Smart Mercedes, which is only about 3.5 seconds up the road from number 11. So it's not that far gone. Still plenty to do. There is the Good Smart Mercedes getting out of the way.
65바퀴 랩에 3분의 2 정도를 향해 달려가고 있습니다.
Still looking good. Lap 66 for the leading car as Takaboshi now dives through, does the same thing to Alesi, trying to be a threat in his rearview mirror, trying to force the error from the French driver. He doesn't want to give Giuliano Alesi any semblance of a sign that he is going to back down from this challenge. But in the draw behind them, you've still got plenty of drivers coming forward. Hiroki Otsu, P5, Tomoka Najiri, P6, Naoki Yamamoto, P7, Kurasuka Koshi, P8, and Koi Hirata.
자, 66바퀴.
On the same stretch of racetrack from third down to ninth. So anybody thinking that this podium is finished up is far from correct. And then don't forget, you've got the Enios Super and Denso Supercars that are still short-shifted in terms of their pit stop phase, so they need to pit in. Will they do so earlier rather than later?
어라! 어라! 잠시만요! 호피스 프라한테도 냈지 블로우바이스!
And now the Hoppy supercar.
SC 나오겠는데요 이거?
Where are the 14 and the 39? Are they in a position to dive in the pits? Because we're almost certainly going to get another
Quickly,
safety car
quickly,
here.
do it now. You've got to dive into the pits because that's definitely going to be a safety car again.
That's both of the Gia engineering cars. They're effectively sister cars. The Max
SC!
safety car board. Where are the 14 and the 39?
No, pit close. They've not done it.
They've lost it. They came out of the final corner and the pits closed, and they, I'm afraid, are done.
우와 SC 나옵니다.
Well, there goes any chance, really, of a rookie racing victory. And it's the sister car in GT300. Look at the crew.
Oh, the body language.
Yeah,
you can tell
they are.
They know it's finished. The
Oh.
two Gia engineering run Toyota.
와 이거는 좀 불이 너무 많이 나오고 있는데요. 이거는 지금
Costing Mark any chance, or certainly a good chance of a top result for two of those cars. The latest still will be.
아 이거는 조금 화제가 많이 나오고 있는데 이거는 레드 플래그까지 갈 수 있는 그런 상황입니다.
Takeshi's Gia is going to be burying his head in his hands, thinking what on earth has gone wrong for both of our cars to go up in flames, cause two safety car periods, and really interfere with the GT500 race for good measure.
This is the worst advert, isn't it, for the Supra? Two of the GT300 cars going up in flames, hampering the chances of the GT500 car. And these marshals are really struggling to get on
It's a
top
much
of...
bigger blaze. This is
Yeah,
a way
it's a-
bigger blaze than the last one.
Yeah, this is...
아 마샬도 지금 이제 화제를 지금 지랄하는데 지금 이 시야는 좀 애를 먹고 있어. 이게 왜냐면
life-ending fire for this particular
Yeah.
car.
This is right off territory if they don't get that blaze under control.
레드 플래그 갈 수 있겠네 이거 잘하면.
10 seconds ago.
Yeah, you can see the fires sort of taking hold underneath the car as well. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, that's a dead car. That's a dead Supra. You're never ever going to race that one ever again. You
Yeah,
may as well
that's-
put a few bolts to that and put it on your ceiling.
That's really going to give them problems to be ready for the next race at Suzuka in just 3 weeks from now. That's a hand-built car. They don't have loads of spare parts. They can't just order another.
레드 플래그까지 갈 수 있는 그런 상황까지 지금 혀져 있고요.
Four marshals there. You've got four marshals there on fire extinguishers, and that is not helping get the fire out.
I mean, if they can't get this under control, they might even have to.
I was just thinking that. I was literally just thinking, you know,
And we're at 2/3 distance.
that's a good point. Yeah, it's a really good
So,
point.
I mean, we should get back underway if they do red flag it because there's no bad weather. So
There's no bad weather, there's no barriers to damage or repair or whatever, you know, so we should go racing again if we do restart it, if they were to throw red. But look, that fire is not getting under control, even though you've got 4 or 5 marshals down there with fire extinguishers.
Yeah, I can't remember seeing such a big fire that they're struggling so badly to get under control. It's really quite shocking. You know,
Well,
we see that
what we have-
was a walk in the park by comparison.
What we have to remind everybody, though, who might be slightly worried about this, is that we do not need to worry about the condition of Seiti Nanaka. He did get a car. So Seiti Nanaka is...
아 레드 플래그.
They have red flagged it. They have red flagged it. I assume...
어쩔 수 없죠 이거는. 네 어쩔 수 없죠.
You know, if they can't get that under control, you don't have a choice. You have to bring the race under red flag.
네 레드 플래그 나왔습니다.
Driving through massive plumes of black smoke. B, you know, there's also spectators in that area that need to be, look, there's people right there. I mean,
Yeah.
look at that guy in the black t-shirt. What are you doing? You know, he's gonna.
This is not for your entertainment, mate, this bit. You've got to get well clear. Smoke inhalation is
Yeah.
not a decent thing to be putting yourself in the firing line for.
No, I know there's a great photo opportunity here to see a super on fire, but still, like, come on, safety first. I mean,
Yeah, the
there's
TV
quite a few
cameras are
people
getting
gathered
these
round.
pictures quite well for you.
Yeah, there's
Look
loads
at-
of spectators in that area. I mean, it's like,
Common sense kind of flitted out of the water there,
Yeah.
didn't it?
anyway, it's okay. Maybe, okay, now they've got the water hose.
아 이거는 제가 봤을 때는 조금 호피는 다음 경기에 출전이 좀 불투명할 수가 있는 그런 사태가 발생한 것 같습니다. 좀 화제의 대비가 좀 있기 때문에 이거를 어떻게 살려야 될지 이거는 지금 화제가 조금씩 많이 나고 화제가 좀 많이 크게 났거든요.
Marshals and the officials, of course, are
아,
in
좀
all of these conditions, but ay ay ay, I have never seen a Toyota Supra. Look, again, they just put a decent amount of it, and then the heat just gathers traction under the roof of the car. I have never seen a Toyota Supra racing car burn out like that in quite such ferocity.
That's just a reminder that even though it's effectively the same team as the 244, this is the hand-built Supra, basically the car that the team themselves assembled, whereas the 244 is an off-the-shelf from ABR.
연료가 아마
Constructor of the original Toyota Supra.
연료가 조금 연료가 좀 이제 누출된 건가? 아마 오일 라인을 끌을 수도 있었을 수도 있고요. 좀 어떤 상황인지 한번 체크 좀 해봐야 될 것 같습니다.
Decided to get rid of the Porsche 911 GT3R and go back to making their own cars. You know, they basically gave up making their own cars because they felt they.
야, 이거 조금 힘든 상황이 좀 발생을 했습니다. 2시간을 넘었고요.
And of course, Sia-san's father passed away as well, and he decided, in a moment of clarity, to go back to building his own cars, and that is the car that he came up with. And now it's looking like it's not going to be salvageable, unfortunately. So we've got to hope that they managed. They missed, of course, they missed the race last year after.
아, 일단은 크게 큰 불은 일단 진압을 한 것 같고.
So for that to potentially for the same fate to happen twice with this team that's not a big team, don't have loads of resources. I'm sure they'll get offers of help and things being offered to them from their rivals and from Toyota itself, but still going to put huge strain on that team to get that car back into raceable shape.
Full credit to the marshals and the firefighters teams down there. They have been absolutely impeccable at trying to get that fire out. That was no easy task, considering that the heat had obviously gathered and collected, and that had been a race car that had been racing for 2 hours in the cockpit anyway, and then for the car to catch fire.
안에 내부 부분이 좀 데미지 입었을 거라서.
Gathered traction, and that once you get to that point, it doesn't matter how many men you put in there with hoses and fire extinguishers, you're fighting a losing battle. So the fact that they just keep going, great work. Let's talk you through the highlights as we've got to the 2-hour phase of this race. The race starting on lap 3 after 2 laps behind safety car in wet conditions. Perfect start for the Kondo Racing car initially with the ARTA Mugens and Katsumasa Chio in the Nissan charging after them. GT300 would have 3 different cars swap the lead in the opening 3 or 4 laps. The Subaru, the Good Smile Mercedes, and the Gainer Nissan.
야, 참 이렇게 됐네요, 결국에는.
Leading on one phase, the Good Smile Mercedes took the lead, then the Subaru did, and then it was the Gainer Nissan of Kechi Ishikawa, the number 11, who managed to storm through and take the lead of the race at turn 1. So all 3 cars managing to lead at some stage through GT300. It was only on lap 5 when we had a different Nissan up in front, the Michelin tyres of Katsumasa Chio really working his magic to move further forward. Then the track started to dry out, and it was all of those cars that were going to be in dry conditions that really returned to the fray. Katsuoka bringing the Good Smile Mercedes back into the lead of the race past Kechi Ishikawa. And then the J-Lock Lamborghini starting to surge forward, becoming a real player and a real contender in the opening phase of this GT300 battle. But just as many drivers in GT500 were making a good race of it, as we had plenty more exciting battles to come. Yuji Tachikawa
잠시만요.
at Fuji in the Supra in Super GT, putting on a show for his beloved fans.
네, 일단은 하이라이트가 나오고 있는데
This incredible double
마넬리가
and the ARTA Mugen, one of the moves of the
계단을 올라가고 있었고, 일단 17렙에서는 이제 ARTA 16호차가 리드라고 있었는데,
decent initiative at this point of the race and starting to lead after the first pit stop phase, but then the short pit stopping Toyotas started to make their move. Kazuya Oshima able to close in on Fukuzumi and then make the overtaking move to get them into the lead of the race, but there was more to their strategy than met the eye, as the Toyotas were about to find out. First, the Hachiichi Supra going up in flames at just 1/3 distance approximately, bringing up the safety car, neutralizing the field. On the restart, we had the resurgence from Team Sard as Yui Sekiguchi found his way into second position past Nure Fukuzumi around the outside at turn 1. Proof of the pudding that the Toyotas were going to be quicker on a lighter fuel load. However, would that be enough to take them to the victory? The questions were being raised. Kotaka driving beautifully in the LC500 Lexus to get around the outside of the very ferocious Tepe Natori in the realized Nissan. Great conviction from both drivers. But then there was another amazing battle. Toshiki Oyu determined to make sure he wasn't going to get held up by the Lamborghini at the expense of Bertrand Baguette. I have a feeling that Bertrand will not be too happy about that one when they discuss it later. Then comes the battle between Sasahara and Toshiki Oyu as he managed to work his way through into third position only 11 laps ago. Sasahara managing to work his way forward. Then when they swapped drivers, Giuliano Alesi had to do an incredible amount of hard work to keep Mitsunoda Takaboshi at bay on those opening couple of laps. Alesi did enough to thwart the onslaught from the Nissan for the time being. Toyota's 1, 2, 3 at home for the time being at least. Then a big fire that hit Saito Nanaka in the Hobbychat Supra, bigger than their counterpart car, and that is what has brought us to the red flag. After a safety car initially, the blaze getting out of control, and so the red flag, the only option.
So that's what the third race out of 4 to be red flagged this year.
Yeah, it is.
Yama, of course, the wild weather we had, including hail and lightning and all sorts, with no fewer than 3.
일단은
Then
화재를 진압을 했습니다.
Suzuka, of course, it was
화재를 진압을 했는데
Suzuki Matsuda that caused that one to be
아,
curtailed.
저거 수복이 될까요?
Flag of the season in 4 races.
이번 시즌 5번째 레드 플래그입니다, 사실.
So many interruptions this year.
넥스 도전에.
Seasons. Just this can't give you any explanation for that. Just one of those things, isn't it?
Yeah, especially considering last year in Super GT, I think across the 8 races we had, what, 2 red flags all year, I think?
Yeah, we had,
in the
we had
first
2 in the
half of
same
the
race.
season.
Yeah, we had 2
in the same race, and that was it. 2 in the same race, and that was it. And that was at Fuji last year, ironically.
Yeah.
Oh dear,
So
oh dear.
the Hobby Supra looking very charred. I mean, maybe not quite as badly damaged as it could have been. It looked like it might be at one stage, but you can tell the rear of that car is heavily damaged.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you that, yeah, it still looks super shaped, but that's
I
verging
call that
on
rear
museum
left
piece.
or
Yeah, that's a museum piece now, isn't it?
Yeah, they're going to have to salvage what they can from that car. I mean, you know, there'll be some body parts that can be taken off and used again, I'm sure, at the front and the sides.
I mean,
but rear
it-
is a total write-off, isn't it?
Is it unreasonable to consider that they might miss Suzuka next time out?
Oh, I don't think it's unreasonable at all. Remember last year, I think the testing crash, which also caused them to miss Suzuka round 3. I think that was a couple of weeks before, and they weren't able to repair the car in time. And the difference is now that they have been running this car for a year. They have probably a few more spare parts in stock than they had at the time, so they might be faster to repair it. Actually, they had a crash in testing at this track as well, and they managed to repair it in time for the opening round at Okayama, which was good to see. Obviously, this is going to be much bigger job than that crash, which was relatively severe in the end, and they were able to repair it, I think, relatively comfortably before the start of the season. I think there have to be question marks on Suzuka. We'll get an entry list for that race a week tomorrow, in theory, and they've got to make a decision in that time. Is the car repairable? Is it not? And of course, like in theory, there's nothing to stop them from rolling out the chassis car or the old Porsche, which we've seen them appear in private test sessions every now and again. So there's nothing in the rules to stop you from changing cars. With the Lamborghini team, J-Lock have changed from the Evo 1 to the Evo 2, so it's perfectly allowed. It's just maybe the thing they want to be focusing on, preparing another car. They want to actually get their main challenger back into shape.
And of course, what this red flag does is it holds up the lap times going down. That is a very ominous rain cloud in the distance.
Well, can I put as hypothetical to you? If that rain cloud meanders its way over to the Fuji Speedway and absolutely dumps a load of water on the track, and this race doesn't resume. Rookie Racing and Sard.
I know.
That's the after all, because we've
It's
reached
the
2/3
mother
distance.
of get out of jail free cards for Toyota if that happens, because they have a car in first, second, and third. That would be the ultimate fairy tale if they would decide to do that. However, there's no reason not to restart the race because the fire happened off the track, so there's not really any repairs to damaged barriers or anything that need to be taken into account. I don't think there's any oil that needs to be cleared up from the circuit. The marshals can reset themselves.
일단은 레이스에 대해서 하이라이트 다시 나오고 있습니다. 일단은 3랩부터 시작했습니다.
A second time around, but you can certainly keep an eye on what's been happening over the course of the race again as we try to figure out what we're going to do. Are we going to restart or are we going to call it? But certainly the battles that we've seen in this one.
The only reason they wouldn't restart, or they'll probably make every attempt to restart it. But the question is, if it rains, then of course it could rain so heavily that the race doesn't resume completely. But if it does rain again, everybody has to stop again. Then that would still save the leading two cars that don't have enough fuel. Okay, they will lose time putting fuel in the car, but they won't lose that much time. The relative time loss will be much less if they were picking up the green whilst everybody else is out on track. So those two teams will be doing the rain dance for the next 10 minutes now, basically.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, if we don't restart this race,
일단은 레이스 세션은 4시 10분에 3시 비하인드로 스타트합니다.
that, this is a joke. We need to go race. We can go racing again. We've got time to go racing again. So let's do it. And it causes the potential pressure on the organisers here because there's an argument to get the race restarted. There is also an argument to stop it here, and not just from a competition aspect of where we are and Toyotas are 1, 2, 3 and Fuji. That would not even enter into the discussion as far as they're concerned. What they're concerned about is, we've had 2 big incidents, 2 fires, one certainly a lot bigger than the other, and there is a time of day factor to come into this as well, of course, because we've had to stop the race after 2
아치지 수프라가 한번
we are still running to a curfew for this evening. They can't run past a certain point. But if that clean-up job from the safety car earlier on has delayed things, and then we've had a red flag that's delayed things, you've got to take that into consideration as well.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Just checking the latest that this race can go on for in the media information. It's until 5:30 local time, so that's another hour and a half away. So have to be quite a long interruption to get anywhere near that. But
잠시만요.
in case there is weather, more safety car interventions. Great battle for you. Just I don't know how he found the gap there. I think he literally just shoved to get to one side to create the gap for himself. Brilliant move from the youngster with the broken collarbone, which is not seeming to slow him down too much. I think he's the real
Indeed.
star of this race. I mean, however the result ends up, you need to go 58 laps in the pain that he's been in this weekend is just a remarkable achievement, and I'm sure he's going to have a huge amount of gratitude from the ARTA crew, from Honda. And, it's good to see him back in the groove after missing the Fuji Super Formula race. Such a talented driver. Yeah, the rear left corner of the car is where the fire started, wasn't it? The 14 Supra, the engineering car, getting the lead on Naka, safely clear of that position before it really got into a dangerous situation. There we go, red flag 5 so far for those keeping count. There is, you can see the time ticking away. I mean, in terms of the time that could be elapsed, it's 3 hours 45 from the start of the race, which is 1:45 local time. And what's that graphic telling us there? The laps that the different cars made their stop, so you can see that the 14 and the 39 came in way earlier than the others, and that's because they spent such a short amount of time on pit road in the first round of stops to give themselves track position, but in the knowledge that they would have to stop again later in the race.
I mean, the wild and audacious conspiracy theorists are going to love this if the race doesn't restart, aren't they? Because it's not even
Yeah.
you wouldn't compromise your GT300 team in that way with that much of a financial deficit to the crews just to get yourself on the podium in GT500. It wouldn't even enter into the conversation. But the conspiracy theorists and the wild keyboard warriors are going to have a field day if they don't restart this race. Because we've got Toyota's first, second, and third when it was genuinely looking at one point as if they wouldn't even make the top 5.
Well, if things kind of play out in a normal fashion with the top 2 coming in, then it will be Alesi leading the race. There is the rookie racing crew with the slick tyres at the ready.
안 더워?
Yamashita at some
안,
stage.
안 더워?
If the race gets back underway, as we assume that it will, in
It must do,
sometime in the
surely.
near
It
future.
must get started
Yeah.
again.
Yeah. Looked
There's
like
an
they were
awful
pretty
lot
close
of
to-
martial activity on the main straight, though, even for a red flag at this phase. So,
That's a good point.
I mean,
That is a very
normally,
good point.
normally you only see that many marshals on the start-finish straight at the end of the race, not for a normal
Yeah.
general red flag. So I'm wondering, are they going to make that kind of decision? Are they preparing for that kind of decision? Because that's at least 3 times the marshals that you usually see for a mid-race red flag on the home straight.
Yeah, but what would be the justification for that? I mean, we haven't reached 75%, so it
No, we
means
haven't.
we'd have half points if the race doesn't get underway again. Now, rules were adjusted prior to this race, so basically, if it doesn't go to 75%, you don't need to pit twice. But of course, everybody has pitted at least twice, so that's
Yeah,
irrelevant.
and as you said before, Jamie, as you said before, you know, we've still got like an hour and a half to play with to not even fit an hour more of racing in, because it'll be just less than an hour, won't it? So
Yeah.
I don't see why there's that much activity on the straight. Surely they've got to restart this.
I think they will. I mean, we saw at Okayama they restarted it even in terrible conditions, and they
Indeed they
had
did,
to
yeah.
abandon the restart in the end. So, you know, Super GT's kind of modus operandi is always, you know, kind of battle until the last second to get the race back underway.
Check that rain cloud.
Yeah, you can see the rain kind of that sort of dark little wisp next to the brighter part of the sky is where the rain's coming down, probably just almost over the rookie racing factory, which is based just
Yes.
outside Fuji Speedway, along with the Shade Racing factory, which is newly built just next to it. So there's the RQ's Mercedes. Not seen very much of that this race. That was one of the cars that gave us a red flag last year with a crash 100R before the Takaboshi crash that ended the race prematurely. So that was a very eventful one last year. If you were with us then, that was a race that anyone watching it probably won't be forgetting in a hurry. It looks like they're being towed into the pits, in fact, the
Yeah.
RQ's car. So I wonder if
think
there's an
they've
issue
got
with that.
they've certainly got a mechanical problem of some kind, haven't they?
Yeah.
So that's very unfortunate for the RQ's Mercedes car that was towards the tail end of the field anyway. So they are being wheeled back into the garage with some kind of problem. Now, if it does rain and we get this race restarted, that is essentially the final salvation for Toyota number 14 and Toyota number 39, isn't it? That is their final salvation. The only Toyota that, in terms of the draw of the strategy, has a chance to win without having to stop again is actually the 37, the one that's currently in third position as we go into the race, because they've managed to beat Mitsunori Takaboshi out of the pits. And so there's a massive amount of pressure on Giuliano Alesi in the final third of this race. But then that could all go up in the air if we get rain, because then it suddenly becomes about who's got the best tyres. And traditionally, in Super GT over the last 18 months, who has the best tyres? Anybody on a Michelin.
Yeah, certainly. If the heavens open, that is the outcome you would bank on. So
Well, the mist is
Takaboshi
certainly
there.
coming. Look at that. You can barely see down the straight now.
Yeah, it's getting quite dark, isn't it? We just had the announcement that the race should resume at 4:10 p.m. and
There we go. It's raining. There we go. It's raining at Fuji.
So we're going to be underway again in 5 minutes by the looks of it, and we're going to have well, they're obviously all going to be on slicks now. The rules were adjusted so that you can come in when the pits, you can come in to change to wet tyres, basically to avoid being on the slicks when it's raining. That was a rule change they made. Also in the run-up to this race, I think in consideration of the events of Okayama, where we had cars on slick tyres that were on wet. So you can see now the spectators are trying to find some cover, the ones that don't have umbrellas or ponchos, heading up to the upper part of the grandstand where there's a bit of cover, although they won't have room for everybody. Just had the spectator count for the weekend, 50,200 over the course of the 2 days. So quite a few spectators will be vying for. Oh, there's damage to the front right of that RQ's Merc, so that's why they're being wheeled away. Wonder where that happened. Don't think we saw. Think we saw that, or maybe we're about to now. That's the Arnage Lexus. There must have been contact between number 50 car, who was aboard the number 50 car.
Oh dear. That's gone very badly wrong for the Anes Iwata car. Now, who was behind the wheel? That was Yuga Furanami who was behind the wheel.
Yeah, so he's taken over from Igor Fraga, who did the first part of the race, and the 22 machine. I'm not even sure those two cars were on the same lap. It's Hisashi Wada in the 22 car. Fairly short, well, hard to say looking at the timing screens now, because presumably the 50 car would have lost a lot of time in the process. So I think they were a lap ahead of according to the timing screen, 50 was a lap down and the 22 was
Yes,
two
they
laps
were.
down.
Yeah, there was a lap disparity between them. Here we go.
Wow.
Now it's frantic pit lane activity as it's all hands to the wet tyres. Now they can change wet tyres on the grid. So they're going to do that for pretty much everybody, I would have said. I don't really see anybody deciding, do you know what?
자, 일단은 타이어는 바꿉니다. 웹 타이어로 바꿀 수 있습니다, 이제.
Interesting, because at Okayama, they weren't able to do that. We had cars on slick tyres. But the race wasn't stopped, was it? It was just a safety car. So yeah, I think you're right. I think they are being given permission to change to wets.
Yeah, every team seems to be going for it.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Why wouldn't you? I mean, that would be fairly suicidal to stay out on slicks. Wow, what a gift for the 14.
Yeah.
The race was just stopped for long enough to. I mean, this may delay the start. I mean, I have to imagine they're not going to start the race in 3 minutes' time with that amount of activity on the grid. So I think
indeed.
they delayed the start. It was announced to restart at 10 past. And I guess with the rain, they've opted to move that back to give everybody the chance to get the tyre change done.
And again,
if it rains really heavily, are we getting into the race won't resume territory?
well, that's what I was thinking. Again, I hasten to say it, but the keyboard warriors and the conspiracy theorists are going to look at this going, did we wait for the rain to give Toyota a chance to keep their podium lockout?
Oh,
You don't want to start getting into that sort of territory, do you? You don't want to start those sort of conversations.
Deep rabbit hole. Of course, it will be a Toyota podium lockout, but Thomas will be very unimpressed, won't they? Because they stood in the lead. There are the wet Bridgestone tyres.
That's a very good point, because we're talking about this being a Toyota lockout, but let's not forget to remind people that yes, there are 3 Toyotas, 1, 2, and 3, but they are completely different teams, and they are rivals of each other. They may have the same brand of car, they may all still be working for, the Toyota dime, but they want to beat each other. There is a fierce rivalry between these teams, even with the same brands. That's why they have different tyre manufacturers between them. They don't all run to the same tyre brand. Some of them will go for Michelin, some of them will go for Yokoyama, some of them will go for Dunlop, some of them will go for Bridgestone. So there is a big rivalry between the contenders. Oh, check this out now. Not only have we got rain, but now we've got an even bigger problem to start the race, and that's fog.
Yeah, visibility is getting quite poor, isn't it? That's really deteriorated very fast. I'm almost surprised at that. I mean, we had that same shot just a few minutes ago. It was much clearer than that. You can see now the front 2/3 of the grandstand have been almost completely vacated by the spectators. And maybe we are in danger of not restarting. We still have an hour and 20 minutes of the race to like we said earlier, until they have to stop. That's the latest the race can go on for.
We've got 33 laps, which will take just under an hour to complete.
Yeah.
Based on what was it?
I think
Well, the rain is going to make that longer.
Now where we're not. I think we're at the stage now where we're not going to get the full distance done. I think now the question is, will we get 75%?
야, 참 아마 하부 포인트 또 나오지 않을까라는 생각을 하고 있습니다. 일단은.
Under the safety car, that's only going to take less than half an hour, certainly.
Correct.
So
일단은 26시 20분으로 일단 연기가 되어 있습니다만 TBA로 되어 있는 상태입니다.
I think that's long gone, isn't it? Because yes, it would take 33 laps of the course would take just about an hour in the dry, in the wet, in this kind of wet as well. You're going to add at least 40 seconds to your lap time in GT300, probably about 27 seconds to your lap time in GT500. So I think you'd only really have a chance of completing maybe 25 of those laps with an hour to go. So if we add to consider the time that it's probably going to take about 15 minutes to get this race underway again, and then they've only got an hour left of curfew, we will not get to the full 450 kilometers, we'll not get to the full 100, but all we need to get for full points is, as you say, 8 more laps. That's all we need.
yeah, so I think they'll make every effort to get those 8 laps, even if it's just 8 laps under the safety car. They'll make every effort to get those done.
Toyota will be delighted about that. If we only do 8 laps and we do them behind the safety car, that'll be amazing for Toyota.
Yeah, podium lockout would be a 3rd win in succession as well in the GT500 ranks. Well, let's not forget about the GT300s as well. We've been talking about the 500s incessantly for the last 10 minutes or so, but it's Good Smile Mercedes that would get the win if things stay as they are. And then Gainer, Nissan's P2 and P3, J-Lock, Lamborghini and P4. Now, the really interesting one is P5, Leon Mercedes.
Yeah.
Now, Takuro Shinohara, who we assumed was going to have to park it, well, this red flag had come up just before the time that he had to give up. So actually, for him, if this race doesn't get underway, then that's okay, only half points, but still points for P5. That would be very nice for that team.
It's going to be heartbreak if the race does get underway again, because under the regulations, even if the race were to restart behind the safety car, surely he would have to park it during that safety car period, wouldn't he?
Well, I think if the race resumes, presumably, will Leon even take the restart? Is there really much point?
That's true.
They're just driving for the fans at this stage. I mean, they knew from the start of the race they're not really competing for anything. They're just kind of, they're just doing it to be seen to be in the race, to give the fans, Leon fans, something to cheer about, and I guess demonstrate where they kind of should have been in the race, perhaps. And maybe there's an element of that as well. But if they're not going to do another racing lap, only 3 laps until they hit their limit, then there may not be too much logic in doing that. In which case, that would put the Shade Racing Toyota up to 5th, Kondo Racing Nissan would be 6th, and the APR Lexus 7th. And the Team Le Mans Audi, which is now back up into 9th in the hands of Roberto Merri. Now, he's a driver who's going to want this race to restart, because I think he is going to be absolutely licking his lips about these conditions in that Audi with the very good downforce that Audi produces, the mid-engined layout as well. That's ideal for these conditions. So I think Merri will be very much hoping that this race gets underway again.
And he won't be the only one, because right behind him is Masataka Yanagida in the BMW, which of course has Michelin tyres. So they will not be expecting to stay down in 9th position if this race were to restart, or 10th position as they currently are. They will not be expecting to stay that low for long if this race does get up to green flag conditions, even for a few laps, because that BMW will storm through in the hands of Masataka Yanagida. Even 2 or 3 places would be enough. So this is a replay of what we saw earlier on in the race, the highlights of this race battle leading up to this point. From the end of the second lap, it was a race start in great progress for the contenders, doing an absolutely fantastic job up at the front end of the field. It was the Kondo racing car that got us underway under wet conditions, nowhere near as wet as the conditions that we may about to be restarting in, by the way. This was dry in rather than full wet. Now we have got full wet. The ALTA Mugens running 2nd and 3rd off the restart, doing a fair job to run close proximity. The GT300s gave us a very good start as well for the Good Smile Mercedes and the Subaru BRZ ahead of the Gainer Nissan. Those 3 cars It gave us plenty of excitement and drama on the start as all three cars battled away for the victory in the opening couple of laps of the race, and all three crews had their turn in the lead of the race. They gave us plenty of excitement. It really was sensational to see what happened in the opening phase of the race. So good to see how everybody mixed it up. But certainly looking at the conditions, we could see that Katsunasa Chiyo was the one who was able to really mix it through. First getting through one of the ARTA Mugans and then getting through the second one as well to dive his way through on the inside at the end of the opening lap, and that was full commitment from Katsunasa Chiyo, and that's definitely brought the Nissan into contention for the victory of this race. That opening phase from him has absolutely given them the chance, despite their heavy ballast, to have a go at the victory. And look at the battle that we saw from the GT300 trio. Subaru, Gizmo Mercedes, and Gainer Nissan all enjoying their battle at the front end of the field.
I think the fact that the host broadcaster is showing kind of ads live footage from early in the race is not a great sign that we're going to get back underway anytime soon. So
it's not, is it?
Yeah, I think we've also got the Japanese commentary overlaid.
We didn't do that bad a job, did we?
Yeah, Sasha is
we ended it all right.
J-Sports host broadcaster. What's you're hearing at the moment. But yes, I think it means that the confidence levels of a restart anytime soon are quite low at the moment.
So fascinating battles in the early phases of the race, but obviously more and more things have happened since then. We're under red flag conditions if you've only just joined us, because we had the Hoppy Supra become the second GT300 Toyota Supra to go up in flames over the course of the race. It's been really tricky, so a very difficult situation. Katsunasa Chiyo, of course, managing to hit the front on that fourth lap of the race earlier on, and it was a brilliant performance from him to get to that point. So Katsunasa Chiyo definitely striking gold in the early phase of the race to bring the Nissan up into the leading battle and into the lead of the race. Brilliant opening stint. But we certainly had some terrific battles when the racing continued and how the phase developed through the rest of the opening sequence. We had some good moves all the way through. Tadasuke Makino was on fire in the early phase of proceedings, wasn't he? He really put in some good moves and showcased his flair. But we certainly had a lot of great battles. That's one of the things I love about the Fuji Speedway. It really does lend itself to good wheel-to-wheel stuff. Even in the wet, I mean, this is a great circuit in the dry, and in the wet you have to be fairly tentative, but Fuji is one of those places that's wide enough, that's bold enough, and that has decent enough apexes and radiuses around the course that you really can have some proper intense battles both in dry and wet conditions.
Yeah, and it's such a compromised track in terms of the setup that you find that cars that are fast in one part of the track are slow in another part, and vice versa, which I think helps keep the battles kind of alive for longer. I mean, you see that, you know, cars get through in the final sector and then get repassed on the main straight or the run down from turn 1 to turn 2, turn 3, I should say. So that helps as well. Keep battles going for longer maybe than is the case at other tracks where it's just kind of one corner after the other, all of kind of similar types. But this is a real challenge for the team to get the setup to into a stage where the car works at parts of the track. I think that's one of the keys to success here. You do that in Super Formula as well, where you have to balance the straight line speed with the pace suspension in Sector 3, where you really need the downforce to get a good time through Sector 3. Just interesting seeing some of the cars that were at the forefront of the field earlier on, of course, to realise Nissan, which has just completely dropped out of the picture in that first round of pit stops, and also the 38 Ceremo car had that bad outlap as well, which dropped them down the order. You know, it feels like a long time ago now, these early laps of the race.
So yeah, this does sort of ring to the fact that the organisers of the broadcast are fairly confident we're not going racing again. So they're showing us the early phase of the race earlier on. Certainly we haven't got any news of a restart, and with the heavy rain, and not just the heavy rain, but also the very thick fog that has now hit the main straight. That's the biggest problem, actually. It's not so much the rain, because obviously the rain tyres, they work very well on these cars, and the drivers have plenty of experience in the wet tyres. It's not even the rain that's going to cause the problem to restart. It's the thick fog. If you're already going to have your vision restricted by spray from the rain, to add fog into that as well, and that's going to be an absolute disaster.
初音ミクがやはり
Battle
温ま
in
って
the
きたらこれいいんですかね。
300s
そうですね。
in the early stages. The number 11 Gainer car seemed to have the edge in the sort of heavier wet conditions, and then it was the Good Smile Mercedes and the J-Lock Lambo that came back into the fray when the track started to dry out a little bit. But we didn't see too much of a shuffle in 300 stops, just that it was the other garage wanted the gamble to come in early, but that didn't really, they weren't able to stay up there, and they came in very early for their second stop as well, which hasn't really given them any lasting benefit, because as it stands, that team finds itself in 15th place with points at the wheel. So that's all the 500s where we saw that really the competitive order kind of almost turned upside down. When you look at the 14 car, in 13th, that's the car that's now leading. They were nowhere to be seen in the early stages.
We're still waiting for updates from the circuit at Fuji Speedway as to the condition of the race, whether we are going to get started again. Obviously, we are running out of time to run the race to full distance. I think it is fairly statutory to accept now that we're not quite going to get the full 450 kilometers of distance and the 100 laps completed, based on the fact that we've only got about an hour or so at the circuit, or an hour and 9 minutes until we have to stop running of any kind at the circuit, because 5:30 is the curfew cut-off point. Then add to the fact that we've completed 67 of the laps, and then the race has been brought under red flag conditions. Just watching a replay of the Good Smile Mercedes getting back into the lead of the race, which essentially it hasn't really lost since this point. It's had its moments, of course, but Good Smile Mercedes has effectively been in the lead of the GT300 battle since it took back the lead ownership when the track dried out on lap 7, and it looks as though they're going to be able to keep that if we don't get restarted anytime soon. But it's worth bearing in mind, you know, we are in a position where we're only 8 laps away from full points being awarded, but with heavy rain and fog, it's doubtful, not confirmed, but doubtful whether we'll even restart at all. And if that's the case, then we'll have half points. Now that is something that all of the teams, particularly the Toyota crews in 1, 2 and 3 actually, will want to avoid. They'll want to avoid scoring half points, because of course at this phase of the championship, yes, you want to get a 1, 2, 3 result for Toyota, and from the corporate image side, that's great. From the race team's point of view, you don't want a half points race. You want to make sure it's going to go the full distance, because if it turns out that you lose the championship by just a couple of points, the decision made here for the race to be halted and then not resumed to award only half points could actually be what costs you the championship title at the end of the season.
Looking at the championship standings as they are now, the rookie racing Toyota, but of course we don't know whether we're going to get half points or full points at this stage, so it's you know, it's a little bit difficult to forecast at the moment, but let's assume for the time being that we get full points, and the rookie racing guys would get 20 points for the victory. That would put them on 41 for the season. The really interesting thing is the number 3 Nissan, which I think they would actually leapfrog the 36 Toyota crew, but they would both be leapfrogged by the 14 crew. So there's it would be Oshima and Yamashita, who've had 2 4th places in the first 2 rounds of the season, then a 6th place at Suzuka. So very consistent. They've not had a podium. They have been consistent. Would catapult them to the top of the standings if we get full points. If they only get 10 points for half points, then it will only put them as far as 3rd, I think, without doing all the calculations off the top of my head, although I've got time, so maybe we should think about that. But at this stage, we just don't know if we're going to get half points or full points. But that, as it stands, that's how it could look when the dust settles.
So for those who are slightly confused that we are watching lap 9 of what happened earlier on, it has been taken, the decision by the broadcaster, the hosts here at Fuji Speedway, to not just show highlights, but basically a race replay by the look of it from lap 3 onwards when we had green flag conditions. I don't think they can run this indefinitely, but we'll get a decision hopefully in the next few minutes. We have had the race brought under red flag conditions for those who are not aware. We had a fire before the Hachiichi Supra at 1/3 distance, and then at 2/3 distance, the Hoppy Supra went up in flames in a much bigger fashion, and that brought out the red flags. Fortunately, everybody is okay. We should reiterate, Seita Nanaka was able to get out of his car in good time so that he wasn't affected by the incident. The marshals did eventually put out the fire, but it took about 5 minutes for that Supra to burn to a crisp. And then the race was being reset in order to go restart. There we go. We've got live pictures back again. But here's the problem we now have. As you can
much
see,
brighter, isn't it?
it is looking much brighter. We had a big rain shower and then a huge, thick fog mist come over the main straight. So we couldn't see the final corner. But now we can see the final corner. So that is really good to see, because hopefully that means that we can get restarted for at least the additional 8 laps we need to take this to a full phase. Because if you look at the time on the gantry, we completed lap 6.
자, 일단은 어떠한 일인지 설명을 해드리도록 하겠습니다. 늦은 업데이트 정말로 죄송하다 말씀드리고요. 일단은 현재 지금 랩 67랩에서 이제 레이스가 중단되어 있는 상태입니다. 비로 인해서 레이스가 좀 걱정이 되지 않은 레이스의 좀 재개 여부가 좀 불투명했었는데요. 다행히도 지금은 비가 좀 살짝 조금씩 소강되어 있고, 지금 안개를 좀 많이 지금 해소가 된 상태라서 지금 현재 지금 라이브 지원대 지금 정보에 대하자면 4시 30분 4시 30분에 재개를 한다는 소식이 전해 들어왔습니다. 잠시 후면 레이스와 제가 돼서 아마 제가 봤을 때는 75랩을 다 채우고 아마 끝낼 수 있는 확률이 높아 보입니다. 일단은 75랩 넘기면 일단은 풀포인트이기 때문에 만약 그게 된다면 그거를 렛플레이가 되면 바로 경기가 마무리될 수 있습니다. 더 SC 런으로 스타트 하려고 하고요.
This race just keeps on throwing curveballs at us every quarter of an hour or so in different ways. And this is going to be fascinating. The fans had all gone round the back to go and grab themselves a drink. And then they've found, right, well, we're going to restart in 3 minutes' time. Quick, dash back to your seats, because this is going to get interesting again. So the safety car is going to lead them around. And obviously, that will be a racing lap. So we will go on to lap 68. And the race is going to be restarted again. Now, of course, we have a jumbled up field because we have GT500 and GT300 altogether. Look at the Deloitte Supra, actually, Giuliano Alesi in the car, waving the door open and closed, trying to get the cockpit cooled down, because it's still very warm temperatures here, even though we've got these heavy rain showers that have hit the circuit. It is still, 28, 29 degrees Celsius. It's pretty hot out there.
Yeah, indeed. I'm just thinking as well for the leading 2 Toyota Supras, still don't have the fuel to get to the end of the race, and now everybody's on wets. That's good, but now they almost need it to dry out again, because they need all the other cars to pit basically. But we know that those 2 cars don't have the fuel to go to the end. Of course, we don't know what the end is now, because we're probably unlikely to get another 33 laps of racing in these conditions, just because of the time restriction. But considering that they made their stops, some 20 odd laps ago, they've got to be looking at coming in. They were preparing to come in, weren't they? But that was when they appeared to have given up any hope of rain arriving in time. But then it was saved by the rain temporarily. But now they still need every other car to pit along with them to give themselves any chance. So yeah, there's still a lot of potential for the order to be changed here, but you've got to say, in these wet conditions, it might all be immaterial, because that Michelin shod number 3 Nissan is going to be a force to be reckoned with. And in the 300s, we just saw it there briefly, the number 7 BMW, which is running 10th, that can't be discounted either.
You got to feel for the Leon Pyramid Mercedes in GT300 as well now, because they have almost certainly got to peel into the pits in a few laps and give up 5th position. That's going to put the Subaru team back into the points, back into 10th position.
아,
All bets are off now, and
힘드네요.
looking like the corporate fairy tale for Toyota. First, second, and third with a race that can't get restarted. The storm has just swept over the circuit in about 15 minutes, and now it looks like we've got a race circuit that's perfectly usable. We can do maybe 1 or 2 laps behind the safety car and then go to racing conditions. Yuji Tachikawa finishing his career at Fuji, but certainly going to the end of the season before he hangs up his Super GT helmet for good. But now gets to watch on the sidelines as this crazy race finishes. We're not sure when it will finish, by the way. I mean, we know to the time that it will finish. It'll finish at 5:30, whatever happens. But how many laps will we have completed by that point? Your guess is as good as mine, but we'll have to try and figure out how far into the race we will actually continue, because obviously the stoppage has definitely given us a big headache. But we go green. Here we go. We're under safety car and we are under racing conditions.
자, 68렙에서 레이서 재개됩니다. SC 컨디션에서 레이서 재개됩니다.
Wait for the pit lane to open under green flag conditions. We go into lap 68. We hope you were okay for those last 50 minutes, folks, but we now finally get to go back up to racing conditions, although we are safety car for this restart.
It all depends as well. If we get more safety car periods or more interruptions, of course, with the track wet now, there's definitely potential for some fun and games further down the field. We've got
달려주십시오.
mixed in with the 300s. There's not been a separation, and I presume they're going to restart as they are. So you can see the Team Mac G300 car there is third on the road. So they're all mixed together. There's going to be more potential than usual, and the drivers, of course, are getting back into the cars after almost an hour of inactivity, so they're not kind of on it. Some of them are going to get back up to speed faster than others, and they're obviously encountering conditions completely different from the ones that were prevailing when the race stopped, because it was still bone dry when the race stopped. So this is a really interesting one. This is about as challenging as it gets in terms of just sheer adaptability. So who has got their brain into gear? Kente Yamashita, got Yuichi Nakayama right behind him. Then we've got a couple of 300 runners, but then a few cars further back, Giuliano Alesi with I think this is probably one of the biggest races of his career, or at least since he moved to Japan. Mitsunori Takaboshi breathing down his neck, and then Hiroki Otsu's ARTA Honda just thrown in for good measure. This is going to be a real tantalising prospect as we prepare for a restart.
Now, I have to ask the question here, because I know there will be fans at home who are still getting into Super GT or who will be curious about this watching. You mentioned about the lack of separation. Do they have to do one in order to restart this race, or can they divert it? Can they say, well, no, the priority here is to get us under racing conditions, so we don't need to separate the field? Or will they be trying on this restart to basically try and ensure that they can do the separation between GT500 and GT300 again? Is that going to be a priority?
Yeah, I mean, I would have said that if they were going to, if they were going to separate the classes, they could have actually done that under red flag conditions, and that would have been much, more efficient way of doing it. So I think the priority is just to get the race underway. Looks like not this lap, but as soon as possible, because we need to
자, 일단 SC가 계속 진행이 되고 있고요.
give the fans as many laps as possible.
상당히 아마 몇 랩은 좀 걸려야 될 것 같습니다.
Do the separation, and if they were going to do it, they would be doing it now, because here they are. So I think we are going to.
Oh, there they are. So they are going to
일단은 나릅니다.
not to do it, and now on this first lap around they will do it again. If you're joining us mid-race and you didn't see this earlier on in the day and you haven't seen this before, what you're about to see is a separation of the GT500 and GT300 classes. So the GT500s will go to the left of your picture, they are the fastest class. GT300s will go to the right of your picture, and the back markers of GT300 will be allowed to be waved through straight away. Then the leaders of GT300 will pull up to the front. Then they'll release the GT500 cars to go in front of the GT300 cars again, and then at the end of this lap, they will go racing.
일단은 일부 차량들을 백마커들을 다 보내주고 있죠.
The cars that are ahead of the class leader in the train, essentially the ones that get least. So that's Yusuke Tomibayashi headlights obviously ablaze in these conditions. It's certainly the temperatures will be dropping off, and we're going to see some
69랩째 접어들고 있습니다.
for these conditions as well. I mean, whilst the rain wasn't prevalent in the for most of the rain was forecast, and some cars will have been set up probably more to a wet setup than others, and that could also have an impact here as we prepare to get underway. But I still think that the number 3 San is going to be a car to watch.
So Giuliano Alesi with a massive amount of pressure. If Kenta Yamashita and Yuichi Nakayama do need to make a pit stop before the end of this race, which we are almost convinced of the fact that they do, then this is definitely going to be a very intriguing return to form. And we're going to see a very exciting battle on the restart, that is for sure, as the drivers will now come through to position themselves ready for the restart. And boy, oh boy, is this going to be a restart. We see good overtaking and good action at the best of times in Super GT. But when the front 2 cars we think don't have enough fuel to get to the end of the race, when the 3rd place car is under pressure to get it wrong, trying to salvage the permanence of his career in Japan, and then you also have the added drama of knowing that the Nissan in 4th position has Michelin tyres, the ARTA Mugens are particularly prevalent. Now Yamamoto is one of the best in these conditions. There are so many variables in GT500 alone, and then the GT300 added to that. It's just going to make it particularly exciting. But I do note that the safety car lights have not gone out yet, so I think we're going to have one more lap.
Yeah, probably just giving those cars, the lapped 300 cars, the chance to get around to the back of the field and just make sure everybody's in nice formation. You can see all the Hondas there lying astern, the real racing car that had that bizarre extra pit stop, which we've still not had really an explanation for.
아,
Again,
혼자서 중계하니까 얼마나 힘든지 알 것 같습니다.
that's not what you would
이제 70바퀴가 돼가고 있고요.
strategy is concerned. But yeah, you can see 4 Honda NSXs there, all together. Or just 3. I've lost the ability to count during that red flag.
We've lost the ability to do quite a lot of things during that red flag. We get kind of drained an awful lot of...
What it is for, isn't it? The 2 ARTA cars. It's basically the 4 Bridgestone cars. Are all
It is indeed.
flying astern. My eyes deceived me there briefly. I was like, I'm sure there's another.
Do you know what? In
somewhere, but there
this
is.
lack of visibility, I'll give you that. Yeah, I think you're forgiven for that one, Jamie. Not a problem.
Yep. Spectators still waving their flags with vehement vigour, despite the terrible conditions.
Those are my kind of spectators, right there. The ones that will brave it all through thick and thin, knowing that, well, this race is going to get started eventually, so just wait it out, just be patient. And then as soon as it does, boom, flags in the air. Yes, they are my people.
Probably helps take your mind off the rain a little bit as well.
자, 일단 SC에 대해서 인디스랩 그 스피트레인은 켜서 스피트레인은 진입이 가능합니다. 이제.
Heading over the circuit, it was kind of similar conditions for Super Formula, except it didn't quite rain, but we had this low cloud, very muggy air, which just made it quite, unpleasant at times. So I'm sure for the spectators to their flags is provide a bit of welcome distraction from the oppressive conditions. It's certainly good to see so many turning out. 30,200 here today of the 50,400 that is the official 2-day attendance. So it's more than last year. Not quite as many as we had for the Golden Week race earlier in the year, but that is the traditional kind of big ticket event that all the fans want to come to. This is more of a kind of a festival type vibe here. A lot of spectators camping out, as you can see, despite the bad weather. It's certainly great to see so many people turning out and supporting this championship, as we expect really in recent seasons.
Well, the safety car lights are still on. We've got 30 laps to run and only 50 minutes left to run them. So rather than being a 450 kilometers,
SC
being a 438.34 kilometer race by the time it's all worked out. But The safety car lights are still on, so they've clearly felt it's not ready to go racing again. And there could be some teams out there that'll be thinking, well, we're in position. What are you waiting for?
Every lap under the safety car helped team number 39 for two reasons. A, they're consuming less fuel this way. B, we reached the maximum, 5:30 cut-off faster in terms of having completed fewer laps. So those two teams will know exactly how many laps they can do. It goes green now. Every lap under the safety car, that lap they know they have to come in is just inches out slightly further, doesn't it? So it's, they're really going to be hoping they're going to be doing their mad calculations. Do they need to come in? Of course, then there's the question whether the track dries. But at the moment, it looks like that's not going to be a consideration for the next 20 minutes or so at the very least. Leon Mercedes there, I think that's going to park up, isn't it? I think that is.
Yeah, they've got no choice.
Takara Shinohara, a real heartbreaker, like you said. I mean, they were.
아, 레온 들어가나요?
They were able to.
아, 레온은 들어갑니다. 이제 레온은 지금 한 명이 없거든요. 가보 선수가 오늘 출장을 할 수가 없어요. 그렇기 때문에 들어와서 결국에는 게러지 안으로 들어갈 것으로 보입니다.
And it's too late at that stage as well to nominate a reserve driver. It has to be nominated, I think, at least no later than Friday. So we saw the same thing happen to Good Smart Racing last year when Nobuteru Taniguchi suffered an appendicitis. That was at Sugo, if I recall correctly. So it was very much the same situation where they just did 2/3 of the race and then parked it up. So sad sight, but it's in some ways it's nice that they were part
가보 선수 바로 회복을 기원합니다.
Fortunate for the Leon Pyramid Mercedes parking up because their second driver is not well and cannot complete the race. So under the regulations, they have to retire the car. Safety car lights are out.
SC가 라이트가 들어갔고요. 꺼졌고요. 자, 잠시 후는 다시 한번 갑니다. 4바퀴 남았습니다.
Giuliano Alesi, who will control the pace
자, 에레오스, 덴소,
to get to the end of the race.
델로이트,
Going to be
니테라 탑4입니다.
29 laps to go and only 45 minutes to complete them. So I don't think we're quite going to finish all of them. Even if they are within 3-4 laps of the end of the race, they might just have enough to go the distance. But even with that, they've got the hard-charging Mitsunori Takaboshi in the Nissan on Michelin tyres, which traditionally go beautifully in these conditions, that will be trying to charge up. And the two ARTA Honda.
자,
That's the start of the weekend. This is it. Game on. The top six are all.
레이스 재개됩니다.
Will, as out of the final turn, Kenti Yamashita almost catching back up to the safety car in his eagerness to get going again. The spray.
자, 레인 컨디션에서
Green, finally.
그린 레이스 재개됩니다. 71랩에서 72랩입니다.
Left of racing we can do. 29 laps of the race to go. Let's see what happens. Giuliano Alesi moving to cover from Mitsunori Takaboshi.
자, 델로이트가 앞으로 나오나요? 델로이트가 앞으로 나왔습니다. 줄리안 알레시. 슈퍼포블러에서 시트를 잃어버린 잠시만요. 노질이? 어라? 그리고 300 스타트.
trying to go for the position, and meanwhile the Gainer Nissans are all over.
게이너 더블 닛산들이 게이너 라인의 2명의 닛산들이 엄청나게 날아먹고 있습니다. 오, 야 잠시만.
Not a lot of positions you can see there through the spray.
아무래도 스프레이 현상이 많이 나고 있죠. 일부 구간에서는 지금
From the good smart Mercedes.
구스바에 살짝 밖으로 나와버렸어요. 이러면서 순식간에 자리를 내줘 버립니다. 구스마일이 3등으로 떨어졌어요. 게이너 1, 2.
Tomita got really squirrely on the exit of turn 1.
포로스 게이너 그리고 같이 있고 자 여기는 니테라가 올라왔어요. 4등으로 3등으로 올라옵니다.
Tyre, that is the superiority of the French rubber telling in these conditions, and I think behind we've seen Norgiri has managed to get ahead of Otsu in the battle of the ARTA Hondas.
He has indeed. So Takaboshi up.
타카보시 58km. 그리고 아데스가 들어왔네요.
Driver change now. This is the first appearance, isn't it, for Miki Koyama, the lady driver, the first lady driver in Super GT since Cindy Alleman almost a decade ago.
자, 10년 만에 여성 드라이버의 출격이 되겠습니다. 코야마 미키 선수 코야마 미키가 들어옵니다. 오랜만에 여성 드라이버가 슈퍼 GT에 출격합니다. 신디 알레만 이후로 10년 만이죠. 자, 게이더 1, 2 포로스 1등입니다.
Bye-bye, Mercedes, as the Nissans go into first and second place, and this is exactly what the Good Smile crew didn't want. Ukyo Katayama on the pit wall will be very disappointed indeed, but it kind of feels inevitable to a certain extent, as the top three cars have well and truly disappeared from the Shade Racing machine that is up to 4th position now, so they are in P4. The J-Log Lamborghini slipping to 5th position. And Yuki Namito has come up in the APR LC500H to come up into 6th position. The Kondo Racing
자, 73렙이거든요.
in 7th in front of Masataki and Nii.
조금씩 풀 포인트 가까워지고 있습니다. 다음은 남으려면 3렙입니다.
And Roberto Mehi in the Le Mans Audi, so they've had a pretty poor start. And there's the move from Takaboshi.
타카보시가
And he's taking it round the outside.
자리 내줘 버립니다.
Inside for the final turn. But
니테라가 2위, 이제 지금 야카야마 타카보시의 2등 싸움.
down the straight, they're going to be side by side. And Mitsunori Takaboshi is going to put the Nissan into P2, but can Nakayama hang it out at the first corner? He's got a car that is very quick in a straight line, and he just crosses the line in second position. 25 thousandths of a second.
자, 이거는 어떻게 될까요?
And Takaboshi has to let him go. And now he'll dive back through for the inside line again through turn 1. He'll get back on the power once more. Still side by side. Nakayama will hold the inside line. Takaboshi will have the confidence of conviction round the outside. And Nakayama will hold it.
자, 나카야마가 올라왔고요. 자, 타카보시가 역전합니까? 타카보시가 올라옵니다. 다음 2위자 유치합니다. 타카보시. 좋아요, 타카보시. 그때보다 더 1년 전과는 다른 상황이거든요.
Nissan are on the verge of stealing the win in both GT500 and GT300 when it was looking very rosy for Good Smile Mercedes in GT300 and for Toyota in the GT500 already.
잠시만요. 저 니테라가 벌써 따라왔죠? 펠스가 안 나오는 거가 에레오스? 잠시만요. 니테라 타카보시 1등 갈 수 있습니다.
Surely Takaboshi's got the pace. He has indeed. He's going to surge.
자, 사이드 올라왔어요, 니테라. 하지만 모릅니다.
So that they can run wheel to wheel. Little bit of side draft for Yamashita.
75스포츠에 한 대 더 돌려야 됩니다.
Turn 1 for sure, and the Nissan is going to take the lead here. But that only took 3 laps for Takaboshi. He gets the Nissan into the lead of the race. Absolutely magic. And in a month when the Gran Turismo movie and the Nissan brand is global, a brilliant opportunity for Nissan to showcase their ability in both GT500 with the Z and GT300 with the loyal, faithful GTR. Absolutely majestic.
자, 그리고 포로스와 게이더 둘끼리 야스나와 호비타의 배틀입니다. 근데 포로스가 게이너가 따라붙습니다.
because of course he's on Michelin tires as well. Took the restart at the back of the field, but how much progress is he going to be able to make?
He's still down in 15th position at the moment, so running out of time to do anything about it. Here comes Riichiro Tomita having another go at Yasuda. better of it into the chicane. He's just not close enough to make it work. And if you are in the good smart Mercedes back there in third place, Nobuteru Taniguchi, stay hungry, stay open, because you never know, these two might actually trip over each other. You've got to be very careful here if you're Riichiro Tomita. You know you've got a faster car potentially than Yasuda, but the worst thing you can possibly do is take your teammate off the road, and it has happened before in Super GT, maybe not necessarily to these two in this class. They've certainly had incredible battles in the past, and the worst thing you want to do is cause a nightmare in terms of the logistics and the atmosphere back in the awning again later. Great battle going on for fourth place. The Shade GR86 in head of the J-Log Hurricane, the APRLC 500H, and then Jabal and Imadon Oliveira in the Realized Nissan. And they're all still squabbling away with the study BMW M4 of Masataka Yanagida. Here comes Tomita, and he's done it. That was beautifully timed. Around the outside, he led that out of the final turn, got the drive, gone on the throttle. Beautifully done. We have a lead change again.
Yeah, one of many in this race in the 300 class, and Tomita, that's
자, 76바퀴 다 게이더가 리드를 하고 있고요.
so last year. Gainer reshuffled their lineups. Now, as we see, Norgiri has closed right in on Alesi. So Alesi, after losing the position to Takaboshi, has now got the ARTA Honda.
ARTA와
The door open there.
델로이트, 붉은색 ARTA죠.
Corner, but Norgiri's going to have the slipstream. We're seeing a rookie racing Toyota coming to the pits there. Looked like Yamashita was trailing towards that side of the circuit. Couldn't quite see if he actually went in the pits or not. Perhaps not. I think they're looking for the wet part of the track, aren't they?
They are indeed,
rain,
yeah.
on that right-hand side part of the circuit. So I think they're trying to cool the tyres down.
야, 자, 수중전에 이런 고생하시는 분들 엄청 많네요.
The race this morning, earlier in the afternoon, I should say, they were still battling away and obviously hugging the pit wall, because that's where you get a lot of the standing water. Looking at Jiri, trying again on Giuliano Alesi, and now we've got.
자, 하츠레 미쿠가 엄청 빨리 날아왔는데요. 오, 엄청 빨리 날아왔어요. 하츠레 미쿠 아직 마음을 꺾이지 않았다는 걸 보여주고 있는 건가요?
Gonna struggle to keep the Mercedes.
자, 일단은 다시 한번 슬립스트림을 받아 가려는 모습입니다.
He had the move there.
다리구치 노부테로 지난 5세풀 포전 찍고 지금 라인 브레이크 좋거든요. 52입니다. 50대. 아, 근데 멀어지나요? 역시 GTR이 좋나요? 하지만 따라 붙습니다. 따라 붙어서 인사이드 따라 올라옵니다. 올라오는 다리구치 노부테로 2위로 올라서는 하시리비크 AMG. 업그로지? 뭐 펑쳐인가요?
Surely not. Well, I didn't actually see what tires they put on, but
슬릭은 아니겠죠?
last time to go with the slick tires. There's no way on this particular occasion. You've still got so much standing water.
업그레이드 드라이 타이어예요. 지금 드라이 타이어라는 정보가 들어오고 있는데요. 와, 잠시만요. 여기 트래픽 많이 났어요. 지금 펜스 안 나오는 건가 설마? 이거 무슨 일이 BMW한테 무슨 일이 있었던 거죠? BMW한테 문제가 있는 것 같은데요? 자, 스바루가 일단 올라오는 것 같죠? BMW도 달려듭니다. 어떻게든 달려들려고.
And we're going to want to see if Hibiki Taira can split them. He does indeed. So Hibiki Taira in the Mutaringen car, which obviously leads the battle for the championship. Now we're going to see what happened. That's the Nissan of Giampaolo Lima de Oliveira getting up the inside of the Shade Racing car.
아, 잠시만요. 쉐이드가 컷백을 했네요. 아, BMW로 부딪혔군요. 그래가지고 페이스가 이상했었던 거군요. 아, 이거는 좀 불운인데요. 알레지가 따라 붙고 있습니다.
Yeah, that obviously gave the Shade Racing car a bit of damage. Hefty hit from there. De Oliveira was quite lucky, really, had the BMW to kind of bounce off of, and instead of just being pitched into a spin there, now a Lacey, well, offense is the best form of attack, isn't it? Sorry, metaphors mixed up there, but the point is that he's right behind Nakayama as he bids to hold off to Moki Nojiri.
He's got to be defensive against the ARTA Honda, but he's got to be offensive against the Denso Super in front of him.
자, 덴소 딜로이트 ARTA까지 최종적으로 배틀하고 있습니다.
Here's the opportunity, and he needs to do it fast because Tomoka Nijiri is on the warpath trying to get through. There is still this wall of Toyotas before Tomoka Nijiri can even think about Mitsunori Takaboshi up front. Alesi's going to have to try, but he can't get through on the inside. Then he has to change tack, which is where Tomoka
자, 줄리아노 알레지가 올라옵니까? 올라오나요?
Kyotsu in the mix there.
올라오지 못.
Opportunity from Nijiri up the inside.
노지리도 어떻게 하고 있고, 자,
Try and take on Yuji Nakayama. He's going to try for it. Nakayama will defend.
자, 노지리가 줄리아노가
Alesi coming out.
나카야마를 따라 붙었습니다.
And Hirokyotsu are not far away. Two Toyotas
알레, 자, 스프레이 붙었고요.
along the pit wall. And Alesi will now go to the left side.
아, 오나요?
Braking zone.
브레이킹 존에서
Fast out and hope that Tomoka Nijiri is not going to slingshot.
아, 지금 알레지가 부스 가속이 너무 좋아요. 알레지 가속이 너무 좋아요. 알레지 슈퍼포블렛의 시드가 없어졌지만
Slow in.
지금이라도
That's the approach.
돌아와야 돼. 지금은 GT에서 버전해야 됩니다.
And Giuliano Alesi has put the Deloitte
노지리
into third.
노지리도 따라오려. 노지리 살짝 달 코스오프.
Oh, did he save?
아마 아레스트랑 조금 이제 컨택을 아레스트 피하려다가 지금 노지리 그거 오버를 한 것 같죠.
Spin.
자, 80렙 20바퀴 남았습니다.
One-way ticket to the barrier. Well held by Nijiri.
Yeah, that was really fortunate. Otsu now leads the ALTA attack. Nakayama not quite done with
자, 아츠레비크 AMG가 11호차 게이너를 럭건.
back in the good smart Mercedes. Tomita try and hang on the Dunlop tyres, the Yokohama tyres on the Mercedes. So a battle of the tyre brands as well as the car makers themselves. Who's going to come out on top? I think Tomita should just keep the advantage as they come down to turn one.
자, 인사이드 살짝 컨택 있었나요? 아, 컨택 없어요. 하지만
Exit, but I think Tomita might just hang on to it that time. But it looks inevitable, doesn't it? The Mercedes is the car with the pace at this stage.
That was a case of fatal hesitation for the two, wasn't it? Because Taniguchi was like, are you going to bail out of this? Are you going to overshoot? Tomita was like, are you going to be forceful? Are you going to throw that up the inside? Both crews were not really sure what the other one was going to do. So they kind of had to tiptoe to the breaking point. And eventually Taniguchi had to commit to an overtaking move when he'd already half bailed out of it.
아, 잘 따라 붙고 있어요.
Holding the lead for the moment from the Matteo Taniguchi in the good smart Mercedes. And now they're going to have to come back at it. Through the flat out downhill kink. Taniguchi has a good chance here in the Mercedes, but he's
자, 랩 80에서 지금 나도 20바퀴 남았습니다.
car in the middle of the row. Get round that, Nobuteru. No chance.
Yeah, but Taniguchi's got so much more pace, hasn't he? We're seeing all the Yokohama runners now coming to the fore. I think we saw
아, 잠시만요. 하트메이크 조금 라인이 라인이 틀어지고 있어요. 조금씩.
don't forget the number 6 team.
따라 붙고는 있습니다만.
So Mary is also on Yokohama's. Look at Taniguchi's hounding Tomita. I think this
아, 근데 뒤에 니테라 있거든요. 잘 보내줘야죠.
But he's got to be patient and let the leaders come through in GT500. He has to let them get out of the way. So the GT500 leaders have to come through. So there goes Mitsunori Takaboshi. And now Taniguchi's got his run on Tomita, surely.
the ACA Lambo is up third. Murray has cleared Yasuda. Yasuda obviously struggling a little bit. The Moto P5 in the Lexus, then it's Mary, and then it's De Oliveira. And now the 500 leader is ahead on the road.
자, 여기 살짝 라인 붙었고요.
Taguchi, it's the
하지만 따라 붙지 못합니다. 19바퀴 남았습니다.
done there. The straight line speed of the GTR helping Tommy to just keep his nose in front, but can he keep that up for another 30 minutes?
He's managed to get the Yugibo Honda out of the way to put a lap on the NSX group, but number 10, Taniguchi, and the good smart Mercedes with the Yokohama tyres that are finally starting to come back into prominence in the wet and in the greasy condition. Oh, a big slide up the
아, 자, 아치레미크가
Meter won't let him have it. Come on.
도미사랑 이런 배틀
Side by side out of the
올라가고 싶을까요, 다리구치?
commitment from
아, 못 버텨냅니다.
Meter will be glued to the inside line, so Taniguchi will commit. Fine, if you're going to send me right round the outside of the chicane, that's where I'll go. He'll go slow in, fast out. Now he's got to try and make sure he's got the gap to Tamita on the inside line. Tamita glues the car to the inside apex.
아, 이거를 그냥
Slingshots from the left to the right to draw back level alongside in the hope that he can switcheroo up the inside again. Tamita again gluing that car to the inside, but it's hard for the car to stay stable.
야, 따라 붙고 있는데.
Taniguchi having another.
자, 한번 아웃사이드로는 안 됩니다. 라인 스위치.
So Taniguchi's now got to go slow in, fast out.
자, 슬립 붙었죠? 슬립 붙었을 것 같은데요.
GTR is so quick in a straight line. I think even with in the slipstream, the Mercedes is struggling to, is losing ground. Just barely gaining anything at all. So I think that's the key factor here. Traction off the slow corners. Mercedes getting a little bit as they really get up towards VMAX, but still, is he going to go all the way around the outside?
인사이드. 자, 아웃사이드에서 다리구치가 올라옵니까? 올라왔나요?
Tomita gave him the room there. Tomita
올라왔어요.
to keep the position, but he didn't do that. He left the cars with Taniguchi.
샷.
Look at the Shade Racing team, already gone a lap down.
It's gone a lap down, and now Tamita with an opportunity in the lack of momentum gained there by Taniguchi to try and come back at the Mercedes. But surely now that there's a couple of car lengths between the good smart Mercedes and the
자,
Nissan.
게이다가 다시 한번 붙어봅니다.
Look at him, though. Don't you dare make a mistake.
아, 이거.
I'm gonna have this win back off you, mate. You know I am. So Riachira Tamita in the gain of Nissan, going straight back out the good smart Mercedes. He's gonna try and go long at the chicane. He knows he's got a car that's quick in a straight line. That's the thing. He has got.
잠시만요. ARTA 8호 16호차가 2등 같은데요? 2등 같은데요?
Who's in P2?
Yes, indeed.
16호차 2등이에요, 지금. 16호차가 2등이에요.
Cameraman was too focused on the G300 battle and we missed Ortu going from what, P6, P5 after Norgiri went wide and he's picked off 3 cars in quick
Now
succession.
Najiri
노지리 알리지.
having a terrific battle
노지리와 알리지. 배틀이 좀 펼쳐지고 있습니다.
around the outside.
4위 싸움이거든요.
J-Lock Lamborghini in the way.
아, 스핀! 노지리!
Earlier
동안의 스핀!
onto the rumble strip.
아, 마서.
First time, he got unlucky the second time. He'll keep going. He'll put the car on the grass. He'll drop to the back of the GT500 race. But you've got to feel for Tomoka Najiri.
Well, that's a hell of a mistake to make at that stage of the race. I mean, what a shame for all of Toshiki Oyu's hard work with his
아, 좋았네요. 잠시만요.
You're in the pit.
에레오스.
finally, so that was how far they could go.
에레오스가
84, the final stop.
드라이 타이어. 슬릭이에요.
They go for slicks.
They are going for slick tires. I cannot believe it. Well,
Why not? It's the only way they're going to make up any ground with so little time, only 25 minutes to go. Now we're going to keep a close eye on Mashita's lap times. We have to assume also that Nakayama's going to be in the pits fairly soon as well. He doesn't look ready for slicks, but if they go back onto wet tyres, they're just going to end up out of the points, so why not?
what a big gamble this is for Kenta Yamashita, but then absolutely, when all you've got is $5 in your pocket, having lost a £125,000 mansion, you may as well just hope that it suddenly goes
85번째 랩, 남은 랩
very nearly collect
16바퀴.
the race leaders though going out of the pits. Tsunoda Takaboshi had to keep his wits about in there as he now laps Kenta Yamashita who's now got to stay out there on slick tyres in the hope that it dries really quickly indeed. Mitsunoda Takaboshi, look at how far away they've gone. 25 seconds clear of Hiroki Otsu in the ARTA, and they have done that in the space of 10 laps. That is monstrous.
야, 근데 엄청 달려들고 있는데요, 지금? 격차 많이 나고 있고. 뭐라? 아스테보가 4등입니다. 격차 많이 줄어들었어요. 0.8초. 배틀할 수 있는 충분히 거리 차이까지 따라붙어다고 볼 수가 있죠. 사선권 내에 붙었습니다.
Well, we've got 15 laps to go and 25 minutes to run. So actually, looking at the lap times, the last lap the leaders are doing is a 1:37. So you know what?
알레지와 타치카와 씨의 배틀 16호차는 보내가고 있고요.
15 laps.
리테라 ARTA 16호차 일로이드 아스모 젠트 댄서 AU 모듈로 세니 ARTA ARTA 8호차 리얼라이즈 마렐리 웨츠 에레우스입니다. 웨츠 올라왔네요. 젠트 5등이에요. 신기하게도. 그리고 지금 AU 스프라 최하위 스타트에서 7등까지 올라왔습니다. 근데 아스세블은 드라이브스루 페널티를 받았음에도 불구하고도 여기까지 왔어요. 지금 4등까지 왔어요. 지금 포디움까지 갈 수 있는 저런 찬스입니다. 지금 대단한 거예요, 이게.
But I tell you what, the podium is absolutely up for grabs, and it's not just the Estemo NSX that has a chance of it. We could see the fairy tale from the Z Supra anyway, because Hiroki Ashura has got himself into 5th position, and if he can get past these two cars, then we're going to have that amazing moment of seeing the legend on the podium in his last Fuji Speedway race. So that's what they're rooting for. Hiroki Ashura is trying to get his teammate and the elder statesman of Super GT in the modern era to get one final bit of silverware at Fuji.
Look at that though, Takaboshi lapping 1 second lap faster than Otsu, who in turn is lapping a second lap faster than Alesi. It's really interesting, isn't it? Looks like Quintero doesn't have the same pace as his teammate. Imashita, of course, is on an outlap, so that lap isn't representative of anything. But look at number 1, Nissan Hiromino, 148, that is tremendously slow. And that car's on a lap down as well. There must be some kind of issue with that car.
참 얼마 안 남았습니다, 여러분들. 100렙은 그래도 꽉 채우겠네. 그래도 오늘은
And Hiroaki Ashura is actually the third fastest car on the circuit behind the two leading crews. Yeah, there is the number 1 Nissan.
네, 비오는 날씨라고 하는 비오는 날씨인가 보네. 비는 오고 있고 지금 근데 비는 많이 그쳤고 지금 많이 줄어들었습니다. 비는 많이 줄어들어가지고 그래도 와이퍼 쓰는 팀은 보이고 있고 지금 87렙 나와 있는 상태입니다. 자, 그리고 지금 람보르기니 우라칸의 엘보2가 게이너의 GTR을 따라서 11호차. 자, 우라칸의 은근 성적이 괜찮거든요. 자, 이거 BOP 확정 오버테이크가 될 수 있습니다. 농반 삼아 말하고는 찐으로 말하는 거예요. 그러니까 들어가는데요? 들어가는데요? 오! 11호차? 자, 오늘 제어르지 람보르기니가 최상위고 2등까지 올랐어요. 코그레타카씨. 한때 기공자라는 닉네임도 있었거든요. 자, 여기도 재밌어졌죠. 3등 아스테보거든요. 아스테보가 3등까지 왔어요. 아스테보 드라이브스를 받았거든요. 사실은 스타트 순서 오버테이크 했나보죠. 또 볼까요? 나가는 바람에 살짝 좀 부풀었거든. 라인이 부푸다 보니까 저렇게 됐네요. 결국에는 아스테보는 드랍스를 페널티 받았습니다. 초반에. 그럼에도 불구하고 여기까지 와있어요. 지금 다락스 나왔어요. 슬릭이겠죠?
now the number 11 gaining Nissan back on the circuit on slick. So how is that going to play out? There's just not much time left in this race. Only 20 minutes until we hit the time limit. There's just not much time to gain back if the other cars don't.
자, 니테라 아스 ART의 아스모 탑3고요. 수프라가 다 밀려, 1, 2, 3에서 수프라가 다 밀렸습니다. 후지에서 마지막으로 여는 2008년을 기억합니다. 네, 맞습니다. 현재는 지금 이제 슈퍼 WEC 위주로 돌리고 있죠. WEC가 이제 토요타가 이제 내구레이스 하고 있으면 혼다는 이제 F1 하고 있잖아요. 자, 차량들이 조금씩 피트로 들어가는 걸 보니까 자, 슬릭 나오네요. 자, 여기는 무타와 자, IQ즈는 지금 차량이 데미지가 있습니다. 그래서 잘 달리고 있고요. 자, IQ즈 보내줘야죠. 잘 보내줘야 돼요. 스바루와 무타 배틀, 야마치작의 타이러 히비키. 뭐라? 예. 로직? 저거 화질이 괜찮겠죠? 저 화질이 저기 보는 사람 부담스러워요. 자, 105차, 39초, 39호차. 야마모토가 지금 9등으로 나 지금 39초 9등. 잠깐, 뭐가 떨어져 나가는 느낌이 들었는데요? 마블인가요?
Didn't I say that the BMW would surge its way through the field? Masataka Yanagida is now in third in the study BMW, and they've got the J-Lock Hurricane in their sights, and they are absolutely hammering that gap down. I don't think they're going to have.
자, BMW가 3등까지 올라왔어요.
But certainly the BMW.
야, BMW 우라칸. 자, 독일들 이탈리아 하나. 잠시만요. 웨츠 스포츠가 왜 스피를 한 거죠? 무슨 SC는 안 나왔는데. 자, 90렙 남은 바퀴 11바퀴입니다.
Just doing what he does best of creating a great advantage out of something, but in these conditions, European GT3 cars have had the upper hand.
Yeah, BMW carrying 75 kilos of ballast. I mean, the 56 as well with 90 kilos of doing a brilliant job. BMW.
자, 게임 재밌어졌습니다. 4, 5차 구스바이르기 슬릭 타이어. 오, 마지막에 슬릭 타이어. 자, 오늘 웨트 투 드라이, 웨트 투 드라이, 웨트 투 드라이, 투 웨트 투 드라이. 야, 장난 아니네요. 웨트 투 드라이, 투 웨트 투 드라이. 이게 뭐예요, 이게? 뭐냐고, 이게? 예? 장난 아니네요, 진짜. 10 laps to go. 10 laps to go.
battle for the lead, but with 10 laps to go, that is a huge call.
I mean, what if we get a safety car? What if we get a safety car like in a lap or so? That's the win gone.
I'm actually very surprised that they did that in that position. I was still a little bit surprised about the 11 gaining Nissan in that, but they were running second and maybe their Dunlop tyres had worn out, but that was a car that looked like it had the pace. Maybe not quite the same pace as the BMW.
우라칸이 미드십 엔진이잖아요. 그럼 다른 미드십 카랑 공격의 특성이 어떻게 다를까요? 라는 이제 질문이 있으신데요. 잠시만요.
I mean, the BMW, we know, as you said before about the Michelin tyres, they're going to be the better all-round tyre in these greasy conditions. By the time these slicks have got up to temperature, as here comes the move.
자, BMW.
In GT300, there we go, the BMW coming through, and this could be their second win in 4 races. Now, this is
Second
significant.
in a row. Second win in a row.
BMW 들어왔어요. BMW 데리고 들어왔습니다. 우라칸도 들어가고요.
Don't believe this. I am
야,
flabbergasted.
뭐지 오늘?
To the end.
난리 플러스 몇 경기 나옵니다 오늘. 아!
Oh, there's the good small Mercedes in the wall.
Oh, wow. Wow.
그 스마일.
Thrown it away at 100. What?
나도 혹시 너무 때리고 왜 여기서 스피드한 걸까요?
Exactly the same thing as the good small Mercedes and pitted in when they have
슬릭이 안 된다는 건가요, 설마?
slicks. All bets are off. All bets are off. Subaru could win this.
스바루가 우승할 수 있어요, 자칫하면.
Struggling a little bit more.
아니, 잠시만요.
Through into the race, so that they're going to take the lead. It looks like this number 60 LM Corsa Toyota's going to be second. Oh, there's going to be so many teams regretting their choices after this race. The Kondo Nissan's in the pits. I'm surprised that they didn't stay out and gamble on a podium with 90 kilos on board. Just,
아까 미크스피라고 참 이게
teams are
This is incredible.
struggling at the moment.
아니 이게 뭐냐고요 이게.
Afternoon.
저 질문에 대답할 수가 있겠네요. 공격 특성과 어떻게 다를까요? 라고 하시는 분들인데 무게중심이 다르지 않을까? 저는 확인 안 되고 있는데
All day long.
바로 1등이에요.
And yet, there are teams going for slicks thinking it's the fastest way, and we've just seen the good smart Mercedes bid it on slicks. Hideki Yamauchi on the Dunlop tyres. Yes, they may not be the quickest all-round tyre, but in these conditions, this might be the masterstroke. If Subaru comes forward to win this, when they were as low as 10th position at one point, about 15 laps ago, what a salvage that is.
아,
Like they were really struggling in the early stages with the tyres were not working in the kind of half and half conditions.
Don't tell me they're coming in as well.
들어가나요? 스바루도 들어가나요? 안 들어갑니다.
Everybody guessing. Well done.
Yes, that's what we like to see. There's the gap back to the LM Corsa Super. It's growing. It's getting larger. 5 seconds in hand over Hiroki Yoshimoto.
신티움도 2등인데요 지금.
Being one of the first in the pits, P3.
아,
Do you know what? I think Subaru have pulled a fast one here. They've seen everybody else come in and gone, do you know what? Yes, we haven't got the fastest car. Yes, we haven't got the fastest tyre. But in these conditions, I think we've got enough to win this. I think we can hold on. And so they've decided to commit to it. Yes, go for it.
야 스바루 우승하겠네요 이거.
To win, why would you throw it away?
Got 38 seconds, 43 seconds now over the 11 car, which is the highest car.
벤소는
I backed them. I backed them to 43 seconds. That's a good cushion. You couldn't afford to lose multiple seconds a lap as we see the Saab Toyota finally by
벤소도 맞죠 피트. 슬릭인 및
considering that Nakayama was struggling so badly.
마지막 슬릭이죠.
Position, and they're going on to more wet tyres as well. No slicks for the Saab car.
Well, that's fascinating, isn't it? Hiroki Ashura, by the way, has got into 4th position in front of Kakunoshin Ota in the Modulo Nakajima car that is now in 5th position. We need to mention Kakunoshin Ota.
7 laps to go.
Got himself up into 5th position. There is Naoki Yamamoto.
자 야마모토가 좀 올라옵니다.
No, Kakunoshin Ota is going to resist him. Brilliant racing from the youngster, hanging on in front of the legend that is Naoki Yamamoto, but eventually he has to concede.
Yeah, I think the Dunlops are good in really heavy wet.
콜린 맥레가 스바루 우승 진짜 기뻐할 듯이라고 하시는 분들이 있는데 그럴 것 같네요.
Look at Ishiro.
나 알려주세요 여러분들.
Koshi, so this is for the podium.
자, 야마모토 나오니까 제트를 놓곤. 자, 혼다끼리의 혼다 피버가 개박하려고 했으나 젠트가
Ishura and Tachicawa.
센 젠트 센이 싸움은 누구일까요?
I think he might get both of them on the straight here, depending on how well Tsukukoshi.
스탠리가 올라옵니까? 아니에요. 젠트 버텨냅니다. 잠시만 버텨냅니까? 스탠리가 올라오네요. 스바르가 올라옵니다.
You can go get Kudai Tsukukoshi. There is still the need for windscreen wipers. This is why I think it's insane they've gone for slick tires, because the circuit is just not dry enough. Yes, it's worth taking a gamble, but not when you've got the top three looking at it. Yamamoto up the inside, third position, nothing Tsukukoshi.
야마모토 3등이에요.
Absolutely.
야마모토 3등까지 올라옵니다.
Making up for what he felt was a subpar performance. We see Orta now side by side with Tsukukoshi. Orta with the Dunlop tyres not done. He's going to go to the outside.
He's done it.
Somewhere. He's done it. He has.
Kakunoshi Nota. What a little star.
오타 카쿠노신도 지금 4등까지 올라왔어요. 오타 카쿠노신 진짜 대단해요.
100 after a brilliant rookie campaign in G300 with the up garage on the team. Finally, we're seeing a little glimpse of what he's capable of. And there's Yamashita on the slick. So this is Yamashita.
아, 진짜
Now he's the highest runner on the
LSX가 지금
He's just dancing.
ART 24호차를 ART 8호차 대회고 지금 2, 3, 4, 5예요. 아니 LSX 마지막 후지라서 그거 좀 잡은 건가요? 힘 빡 잡았어요.
You certainly wouldn't, not when you've got that kind of a lead. I mean, playing the side of caution, Subaru have
와, 진짜 대단하네요, 진짜 NXX들.
BMW as the Gainer and BMW crews to a certain extent, but the Subaru that's the only way they're going to win. So there's no point for them to go onto slick tyres. The only way they're going to win is if they hang it out on those slightly worn, wet Dunlops and just hope that they're not going to catch fast enough. And with 6 laps to go, I think that's doubtful.
야, 6바퀴 남아있는 상태에서
Yeah, I mean, look at the gap now, and it's actually not the number 11 car. One less than final screen's having a little issue, but certainly, no, it's 38 seconds is the gap to the number 7 BMW. So I think the Subaru's on course here. I think the Subaru, yes, they're losing time to the slick runners, but not losing that much time. 25
Okay.
now, the time screen finally updates itself. 25 seconds is the gap. They are losing time. With just 5 laps to go, they can afford to drop 5 seconds a lap.
I don't know, because they're losing anywhere between 5 to 6 seconds a lap. It's going to be close. It's going to be to the line, is what it's going to be. It's going to be so close. If you're Hideki Yamauchi, you cannot afford a single mistake. If you are Riichiro Tomita, you have got to drive like stink. It's the only way you're going to get this. But the Cintium Corsa car, they've got to get past them first. So that could hold them up. So this is not clear-cut for the Gainer Nissan at all. Yes, they're gaining 5 to 6 seconds a lap or so on the cars in front. And there is the Gainer Nissan in the background. You can just about see it come into shape. Check out the battles we've got going on here as Ishura is still shaking it up here in the battle for the podium with Naoki Yamamoto. But there is the Subaru that leads the GT300 category.
자, 스바루 사실상 지금 리드를 확정 지었고 있는 상태고요. 남은 바퀴 5바퀴.
Into view. There it is. So it's about 25 seconds, but they've got 2.3 seconds on the Cintium Supra, which is actually catching them. So this is not done at all.
Yeah, it could be a sneaky win for the number 16 crew of Yoshimoto and Kono, who, again, another car we've not really seen much of, but they did have 2 wins of Fuji back in 2021, the first year that they used the GR Supra. Since they started introducing their own custom bodywork, it hasn't really worked so well for them, but now an opportunity to make up for that. Just looking at the 500 leaderboard again, Giuliano Lacey is down to 8th, so his pace has dropped off a cliff. You know, we were talking about him earlier doing a good job to hang on, but now as we see Nojiri has got ahead
That's
of
Nojiri?
Tsukukoshi. So, yeah, so Tsukukoshi going backwards, so the cars that were pushing on earlier on, it seems like they've just destroyed their wet Bridgestones in these drying conditions, and now they're going backwards.
Yeah, Nigiri on the slick tyres, of course, a lap down, so that gives us an indication of the better pace. So who on slick tyres in GT500 has the chance to make up a decent amount of places? I don't really see anybody, because they've not been quite as dramatic in their strategy as the
only-
GT300
yeah.
teams have.
The thing is, Yamashita is the highest car on the slicks, but he's P12 and still a lap.
Yeah, exactly.
behind. I
So
mean, of course, nobody's going to catch the number three. The number three.
네 바퀴 남아 있습니다.
Destroyed with 4 laps to go.
33 seconds clear. Yeah, it's an absolute lifetime in Super GT.
I think for the
와, 진짜 이런 게임 있나요? 이런 레이스가 있나요?
because they didn't have the fuel to go to the end. If they went for another set of wets, they just locked themselves into that position, you know, of being at the back. They knew they were probably going to lose a lap in the process, so why not take a gamble? Just the 300 teams is a bit more baffling. I'm looking forward to
9
hearing.
seconds. 9 seconds.
9초로 따라 붙었습니다. 스바루와 게이너.
Goodness. This is so
I
close
think
all of
the
a sudden.
60, I think the 60 is going to catch the Subaru first.
3 laps to go. 3 laps to go.
Far behind, but I think the 60 is going to catch first because he's gained about a second on the last lap.
Oh my goodness. This is so close. 7.3 now at the sector. So this
Yeah,
is
we've only got 4 minutes of racing to go. I mean,
Yeah,
we're really
indeed.
getting into the dying stage of this race, so it's still.
so have we got
still
3
any of
laps to
those
go?
three cars.
Have we got 3 laps to go or have we got 4 minutes to go? Subaru could be saved by us running out of time.
Potentially, and it also depends where. they are
There's
on
the
track.
gainer. There it is.
게이너가-
Bro.
No, it's
게이너 2등이에요.
that's the 360 car, the black and red.
아, 게이너 아직 안 왔어.
There it is. You just
게이너 벌써 지금?
It's behind the run-up Rivo car.
Yeah.
게이너가 따라 붙었어요. 진짜 따라 붙었어요.
Now is the gap. Yeah, I think they are gonna because every
시로차.
time it goes by, they're gonna be the tires are gonna be going off more and more.
Oh my
Whereas
goodness.
the 11's gonna be.
야,
Yeah, I think even though we only have minutes left on the clock, I think the gainer car has just taken a huge chunk of time out.
There you go. Here it comes. The gainer's going to get past the Cintium Corsa car without
Yeah.
any hesitation at all. Into second place. No problem at all. The Subaru is a sitting target. The run-up Revo Nissan is going to get
아,
tells you how much time the Subaru
신치움이 3등으로 내려가면서
car is a lap down, and it's going to sweep past the Subaru down to the first corner. They're going to tuck up behind the Shade GR86. There goes the run-up Revo Nissan. It'll box the Subaru in. The gainer car will get the move on the
게이너 2등.
easy as chance play.
아, 스바루 봐서 제치다. 게이너 2등이에요. 게이너를 올라오면 남은 두 바퀴.
Yeah, I don't think they were going to. I think the thing that made the difference for the 11 was coming in early. If you're going to go on slicks, go early. I just don't understand the logic of the teams that went with 8 or 9 laps to go because they were just giving themselves too much of a margin to overcome. But the 11 car was among the first to do that. So reap the rewards for coming in early. And just looking further back, the number 7 car is 13 seconds down. So it's going to be touch and go for them to get a place on the podium, but it's not impossible. And Roberto Merri also on slicks is a P5, the Team Le Mans Audi. He's 16 seconds behind the leaders.
자,
This has been an absolute nail biter and a total advert for why Super GT is absolutely the best GT Sports Car Championship.
야, 진짜 이게 슈퍼 GT네요, 이게.
The others, but I tell you what, this is absolutely up there. You just get so much drama, so much nail biting between the two classes. GT500 and GT300 have entertained us royally in many different ways, but here comes the Nissan.
야, 닛산이 진짜 너무 강한데요. 진짜 너무 강해요. 자, 잠시만 파이널로 들어갑니다.
But we are going to go on to the final lap with literally seconds to spare. So
Yeah.
there you go. Final lap begins. We are going to make it to the 450k. And literally we had about 15 seconds or so before the time ran out anyway. So we are going to go the distance. You've got to feel for Subaru. They came so close to the win. But it's just not quite enough. They're going to get second.
Yeah,
The Cintium Corsa, though, is going to get third. And both crews can be very happy with that.
Well, exactly. Both of them were nowhere to be seen when the track dried out earlier on, haven't they?
야, 명경기 나옵니다. 명경기가 진짜로.
Well,
I don't think they gambled necessarily. I think it was the other teams that gambled. I think the 11 team gambled and won in spectacular style. But I think if the 60 had come in reaction, they would be nowhere to be seen in the top 10. So I think they did the right thing to stay out.
they're actually nervous here because the BMW is gaining hand over fist. There they come. Here's Yanagida. So Yanagida might actually get them before the finish line. So we have to be very careful about them losing the podium place as well. They've got several cars on them. They've got Roberto Mehi in the Audi coming on them as well.
Yanagida's going to have them in this final sector. He's going to have so much more pace through the corners. I think there's going to be not much the other two can do as they go side by side, holding each other up. They're just almost begging Yanagida to come through as we see Gio round the final corner. Takewashi.
자, 최종 코너 지나서
Brilliant race.
최종 코너 돌아서 닛산과 게이더. 닛산
Chaotic situations. They have done the job.
제트와 게이더가 잠시만요. 왜 여기서 끊기는 거야?
Nissan.
Each other up. They're just almost begging Yanagida to come through as we see Gio round.
자, 일단 돌아와서
Takewashi, sorry.
돌아와서
Well, it's been a brilliant race battle for Nissan today. They really maximised every opportunity through rain, through dry, and through chaotic situations.
네,
Done the job
들어옵니다.
last year.
체크 플래그 받았습니다.
Sensational performance from the crew. They got the win they deserved. The gainer is the through. Oh, there's no time. The super infant.
체크 플래그 받아냅니다. 니테라 제트가 승리, 에어테가 2위고요. P3는 샌디안 XX 4위 모듈로 가져가고요. 300은 게이더 32번 신점 리얼라이저 APR입니다.
In fourth position behind Yamamoto. We don't get the fairy tale we were hoping for in seeing Yuji Tachikawa on his final podium at Fuji, but we do get Nissan and two Hondas on the podium after a brilliant drive from Takaboshi, and the gain in Nissan of Tomita and Ishikawa coming through for the victory. They never gave up. They went for the opportunity, they pushed it on the slicks, and it turned out to be correct. What a thriller. And here is how that all came apart for the Subaru. First the BMW, then the Audi, and then in the final turn, they just had no traction out of the corner. Even the City and Corsa got, oh, they got nudged.
아, 스핀이 있었군요. 스바루가 스핀이 있었군요. 그래가지고 왜 마지막 체크 플래그에서
They seem to be coming to the line a little bit slowly, but obviously that was why.
Yep.
That is, well, I wonder if the 60 might get a penalty for that.
I mean, it's advantage by contact, isn't it? So essentially, that's how they're going to argue the point. But what a sensational duel for the Nitera Nissan to work its way through the field. Fourth on the grid, it took the lead in the opening stages, of course. Then the track dried out completely, and we ended up with the Toyotas coming through on a short strategy, but always lurking. Chio and Takaboshi, they always knew they had a car that, in greasy and wet conditions, even with the ballast, they had a car that could win, and they knew they were going to have a great shot at it. The sport definitely gave us a great showcase, but the Nitera Nissan number 3, absolutely deserving a absolutely thrilling and fabulous victory.
대단하네요.
Well, you can't say anything, can you? Michelin tyre and the Nissan Z, just the match made in heaven. Nissan obviously really disappointed to lose their long-time tyre partner that gives them such an advantage in these conditions.
Just want to make a point, actually, behind the Nissan and the 3 Hondas. Position, Shotsuboy.
Yeah, now that
is
is
quite an
champions
incredible charge
pride,
forward
isn't it?
from the 36 Toyota. To be the leading Toyota, you would never have put any money at all on that going into the start of this race. And yet, Ritama Miyata and Shotsuboy have fought back to 5th. That's a champion's effort.
That's exactly the type of result that you need to be aiming for when you have the fuel flow restrictor. And of course, don't forget this car as well, the number 3 Nissan had a stage 1 fuel flow restrictor. I mean, he's very pleased with his day's work. Of course, he had victory alongside Ricky Okusa last year, but Ishikawa is his first win since 2019 because the crew swaps there. So he'll be especially delighted with that one. They have a third driver registered in case Shiotsu, but of course he didn't drive, so he won't score any points. I think
야, 장난 아니네요.
that also was the case when that car won last year. But yeah, a great performance by them. Their Shiotsu joined the two teammates. He must feel a little bit guilty having not contributed anything to the victory when he gets the limelight. But
Didn't even need to put his suit on, did he? Let's be honest.
일단 방송 여기까지 해야 되겠습니다. 아무래도 저도 좀 다른 방송도 준비해야 되니까요. 오늘 좀 바쁜 날이라서. 자, 그럼 오늘 여기까지 하도록 하겠습니다. 네, 닛산 자동차가 500과 300 모두 다 재패하는 데 성공했다는 소식을 알려드리면서 저희는 이만 마무리하도록 하겠습니다. 네, 부족한 점 너무 죄송하고요. 네,
Both victories.
저러면 저희를 미워하십시오.
Big, big moment. But if we
지금까지 오디오 코멘터리의 시덱스였습니다. 감사합니다.